Recording in progress.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start this second day of the week, Digital Agriculture Week 2024. For those of you who are joining us online, we are in the USA and Canada room of the central headquarters of AICA in San Jose, Costa Rica. Here we are celebrating this event, which in turn has several people from all of the Americas participating, both present here as online. We are starting this second day of the Digital Agriculture Week. The whole focus this morning will be public policies. Public policies to mobilize, so to speak, digitalization in the various countries of the Americas. The whole morning is focused on discussing this topic, not solely from the public perspective, but also as part of our agenda. We will see a few cooperation experiences between the public and private sector focused on mobilizing the development of digital solution and their use, their implementation in the various countries. A couple of clerical notes before I grant the floor to my colleague from ECLAC, Monica Rodriguez, with whom we are organizing this forum on public policies for digitalization. I want to remind you all, for both the people present here as for the people online, that we have simultaneous interpretation available: Spanish, English, Portuguese. Any combination of these three languages. We will have throughout the morning, since we have brought experts from various countries, we will cover at least Spanish and Portuguese. So please keep your headsets handy for those of you here in the room, and for those of you who are online to listen in the various languages. Simply, on AICA's YouTube channel, we are broadcasting in the language of your preference: Spanish, English, Portuguese, whatever you prefer. Now, before I allow Monica to speak and to officially inaugurate this forum, I want to tell you we're going to talk about public policies, and we are interested in hearing experiences, which is why we have invited several leaders of initiatives for policy programs in various countries focused on promoting digitalization. And what we are interested, above all else, perhaps, is for this to be a wellspring of ideas that we can then propose to design better public policies for the mobilization of digitalization, which is why we invite you to be proactive, to share your experiences, Don't be shy. Share your ideas as well, because I'm sure that this room is a wellspring of ideas and experiences on public policies that have supported you, benefited you in one way or another in making progress with applying digital solutions. We're very interested in hearing all your ideas and experiences, which is why, again, we ask you to participate actively throughout the day. There will be a few surveys to mobilize your participation. They will be launched at various points throughout the morning using the Menti tool. But beyond the surveys and questionnaires, we also ask you to actively share your opinions, perspective, and experiences. Without further ado, Monica, please go ahead. Thank you, Federico. Good morning. I hope you are well rested. As Federico mentioned, this session was set up from the perspective of trying to progress in public policies for the digitalization of agriculture, for more efficient and more effective policies. What we have been realizing, and sort of what I will cover in my presentation and also the presentation by Anis, is that there's a lack of coordination between sectorial policies. There's some very interesting instruments out there, which our guests from the various countries will tell us all about, but oftentimes there is a lack of awareness about these experiences and their impacts. And in your case, to actually see the impact on your business, on your life. But also, I was quite taken aback yesterday when I heard the expectations, and we were discussing this with Federico this morning. I think that many of you, the questions you asked yesterday, the conversations that I had with several of you, highlighted the fact that there's a great level of interest in getting to know these policies better and accessing them. There's a big expectation. But this type of event clearly highlights that there are very different realities throughout the continent. So you may realize that in X country, there is a public policy that could benefit you, but in your country, that policy doesn't exist. And that awakens the interest of how can I access something similar in my own country, right? So the proposal for this session is precisely for that expectation to not just be left there on the air. Oh, I would like to be and benefit from a policy that exists, because many of these policies do not yet exist in your countries. So it's actually an invitation to envision yourself not just as beneficiaries of these policies, but as individuals, as active stakeholders in how to develop, how to generate these policies. Some of the ones you saw here, the experiences you saw in other countries, how do you generate these in your own countries? Or how, based on the ideas compiled here, can I modify? Can I have an impact on what is occurring in my own country to steer things in the direction that we are seeking, that could then benefit me and could benefit the whole agricultural and livestock sector or agtech companies in general? So the idea behind this session is precisely that. We want to share experiences, look at several different realities, countries that are further ahead in some cases, countries that are falling behind in others, or others that are not coordinated, how we can coordinate better within the country, among countries. There's a space for cooperation that is interregional, meaning within the Latin American region, supra-regional in Central America as well. There are coordination mechanisms that already exist and that can be expanded towards the digitalization of agriculture. So the idea here is to envision. Yesterday, I was telling Andrea, think outside the box. I think in the case of public policies as well, think outside the box. Here, you're not mere beneficiaries of these instruments that we will present to you. You can also be the active drivers of change in designing these policies, in modifying these policies, in adapting these policies to your countries and to your reality. I think that I put my presentation on screen, but these are just opening remarks. So if you could put Alice's presentation on screen, that would be great. Thank you. Very well. While waiting for my presentation to be placed on screen, I ask this for those who do not speak Portuguese, so that they may actually. I ask you to please put on your headset because the translators can translate from Spanish to Portuguese and Portuguese to Spanish, but they cannot translate a mix of Portuguese and Spanish.
Okay. A mí el portugués ya no me sale fluido. No. Me cuesta más que el español. No funciona. Ay, fue. No. Ah, fue ella.
Então, vamos começar. A ideia da minha apresentação aqui.
We are going to begin. The idea behind my presentation is to offer a landscape of public policies that mainly in Latin America, these policies are being promoted for the digitalization of agriculture. And without further ado, I will present the results of a work that is being carried out for the past few years, a digitalization effort. Please move on to the next slide.
Então, desde 2022, quando a gente começou.
Starting in 2022, when we started to map the policy initiatives out there, as Monica pointed out, we identified a few very interesting instruments. And based on that, we started analyzing country per country, 6 countries in Latin America: Brazil, Colombia, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Bahamas, and Guyana, trying to at least cover one country for each region of the Americas. And now in the latest mapping, which we're just about to launch, it's actually already been updated on AICA's website. We also included Canada in North America, and we use the EU example since they've made a lot of progress in digitalization. And also the Andean community is another one we covered. Anyway, the aim of our research of this mapping was to explore the initiatives that states have been implementing to promote the agri-food digitalization. And based on that, we want to detect lessons learned, and we wanted to detect experiences and lessons learned in the development of institutional agendas at the continental, regional, and national level, and finally, summarize experiences that can inspire the design of policies in AICA's member countries. So, the analysis was carried out at the national and regional level. The aim was not to identify everything that is being done on digitalization, but rather it focused more on everything that is related to agriculture. So, countries already have their digital agenda, but they do not directly encompass agriculture, and therefore we are not covering them here. At the regional level, we started working seeking the directives that a given region may have, the instruments that may exist to promote initiatives at a regional level. So, the EU, we used an analysis carried out by the EU because they had their own institutional agenda, which was implemented back in 2010. They have their agenda. And so there's a sort of robust institutional framework there. And another interesting fact is that in the EU, they have interconnected initiatives at several levels. For example, here, we use a country, Spain, as an example of a regional initiative connected at the national level, which through a shared political agenda, the EU promoted indicators for digitalization for the various countries. So Spain, based on this shared agricultural policy, proposed this strategic action plan known as PAC, which promotes digitalization in agriculture. So based on that plan that we saw at the regional level, Spain is proposing projects at the national level to support the use of digital technologies in agriculture. Now, in Latin America, in general, we identified also a few strategies. However, in the case of the Andean community, a pioneering case promotes an agenda for digitalization at the regional level, which is also known as the Andean Digital Agenda, which provides a route to channel digitalization opportunities in a broader context, which is not directly concentrated in the specific sector of agriculture, but rather is the first regional case in Latin America of a digital agenda. And the implementation of this agenda is already up to each country. And even though it does not refer directly to digitalization, there are projects already to digitalize agriculture, which are being implemented in each country. Now, at the national level, what we discovered is that in Brazil, as in Colombia, Costa Rica, Guyana, Uruguay, and Spain, there are various diverse initiatives that are highly diverse, but there are certain important efforts focused on digitalization. In Spain, Brazil, Canada, and Colombia, we identified more structured initiatives in terms of institutional backup, meaning we were able to identify strategies, plans, programs, and agendas that are focused on the digitalization of agriculture. Whereas in Costa Rica, Guyana, Bahamas, and Uruguay, we identify more specific initiatives without these actions being aligned with a more clear or evident strategy. Another observation is that in many of these country-level initiatives, they are being carried out in collaboration with the private sector or with international organizations. For example, in Brazil, in terms of Latin America, we identified a few projects to promote the development of technologies with the support of the private sector. And in other cases, such as Guyana and Bahamas, all of the initiatives have the support of international organizations. So the state, on its own account, as of right now, does not have any actions in terms of digitalization. Here, I want to show a graph of the main instruments that exist to promote digitalization. And we've divided this in two categories: the policy frameworks, first, that is part of an institutional framework, plans, agendas, actions in terms of policies, and policy initiatives, which would be the projects or programs or interventions that have a previously allotted budget and which can be with public resources or with the input of private resources as well, and which are usually defined by having short to midterm specific objectives. And here in this graph, we can see the number of initiatives by country and by region. We can see that the EU, the Andean community, Spain, Brazil, and Colombia are the only countries that have policy frameworks. And the next segments could look in initiatives in further detail. But for example, one of the policy frameworks of Brazil is the Chamber for Agro-Digital Innovation Chamber, which was achieved through the Ministry of Agriculture to discuss digital solutions for agriculture. In the EU, we have the shared agricultural policy, which is the oldest agricultural policy in the EU, which now encompasses digitalization as one of its objectives across the board. And among us in Canada, there's a strategic plan for the sciences of agriculture, which has different objectives, but the implementation of technology is also an across-the-board aim. Meanwhile, most of the efforts and resources are allotted to projects, 38 in total. And these are more flexible initiatives, more adapted to the specific needs and requirements of each country. This graph reveals an interesting trend, which is the countries and regions that make progress with some kind of policy framework tend to have more projects, and that suggests a high level of public activities in relation to the directives and aims previously established by these frameworks. And here, the focus of these initiatives. Among the diversity of initiatives mapped, 53 in total, we managed to identify at least 6 focuses, which were to develop the institutional level, which is the creation of strategies for digitalization, the development of data systems and information systems with 12 initiatives, which are focused on establishing data systems for various aims, like facilitating foreign trade, phytosanitary health, because 6 of the 8 countries analyzed have some kind of initiative along those lines and promoting the use of digital solutions. There's a high number, not so high, but I mean considerable number of initiatives there for the use and implementation of these digital technologies, which suggests that the technology is already present. However, due to various reasons, it is still underused, it's still not being implemented. And the adoption of technologies in general in projects prioritizes the digitalized commercialization of agricultural products and most agricultural identities, and also services and proceedings. And here we consider that services and proceedings as part of the Ministry of Agriculture of the various authorities connected with agriculture. Also, promoting the development of digital solutions and innovation environment, which is heavily focused on the innovation by AgTechs. Also, digital inclusion and training, linking to rural connectivity, linked to family farming and small-scale farming. Finally, a few remarks and final considerations is that we have discovered that every country has some type of initiative in this area, but what's impressive is the differences at the administrative level among different countries. And it is here that we must highlight digital rural extension, which is very strong at the moment, and the digitalization of services, government services. With regards to the coordination of public policies, in general, the initiatives are very recent and they are at just an inception stage, in particular here in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's impossible to extract a final conclusion on the impact or effectiveness of these initiatives. Even Spain, where we held meetings, where we were at the Ministry of Agriculture of Spain to discover the landscape and the actions that they're implementing there. We don't have conclusions concerning the impact of these initiatives, which highlights in all locations. But in Latin America and in the Caribbean, the mobilization of the stakeholders along these lines is very low, mainly because there are initiatives, because there are no strategic and sustainable initiatives in both the long and short term. Many of them with public policies due to the government did not have any continuity, which means it's very difficult to right now reach any conclusion concerning their impacts. And finally, what we have observed is that countries that have a structure or framework with support are those countries that promoted research to identify the obstacles and challenges, and therefore to develop the Andean digital agenda. Previous research was conducted, and the strategy for digitalization of the agricultural of livestock sector in Spain was the result of a working group and of research that covered the barriers and the challenges in the country. The countries that have a stronger institutional framework have that trend of carrying out research. Finally, the role of the private sector, together with the public policies. Several initiatives encompass the private sector and establish some type of alliance with it in order to develop digital technologies or to finance them or to establish a connectivity structure. Therefore, public-private partnerships are undoubtedly a necessary item. They need to be tackled because it's a highly complex and broad-ranging topic, and the private sector has certainly an important role to play.
Finally, for those who don't know, I want to introduce the Observatory on Public Policies for Agrifood Systems, in which you can find all the digitalization policies we are currently mapping and also the projects, and not only the policies related to digitalization, but other topics which encompass agri-food systems, which would have an impact also in that digital transformation. And that would be all. Well, thank you, Elise. And if you can please show my presentation. My presentation is quite complementary to Elise's, although we work with different databases or data sets. But I want to highlight, I would like to highlight, first of all, to share that ECLAC goes much beyond just agro. Actually, in agriculture, there's only 3 of us in ECLAC. This means that the digital is seen in the institution from many standpoints. So here you'll see data where agriculture is just another sector and more than likely not the most important one. But this does not mean that agriculture does not have one of the main opportunities, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. Although agriculture is the least digitalized sector in the region, not only in the region, but also in developed countries. But due to the importance of agriculture in the region, it is a sector that has a dynamics, that has the capacity to pull technology from vendors like AgTechs that are here in this room. I'll start with this slide because I think it's quite valid for you to ask why you're meeting here and listening to this data that international organizations are showing. Well, first we speak about expectations of what we heard from you yesterday about the interest of having access and to reap benefits. And the words we are saying here might be related to generating more realistic expectations in regards to showing you that although challenges for the agro sector, as was discussed yesterday, are very relevant, the policies are still not at the level to respond to those challenges. So we must continue forward. We have identified some advances due to AgTechs sees advances in digitalization like a whole, not only in the agro sector, but we have realized that most of these advances, even in institutional coordination, happen at a very generic level, not sectorial, and not only the agro sector, but other sectors. So there are very few policies for specific productive sectors that use digitalization that has an impact in the productive development. I work in productive development that studies how employment and income and technology and innovation in those various sectors and how this can improve economic development. And digitalization in this case is cross-cutting. It has a fundamental impact in all these sectors. But the digital focus is very little. So it's important to see what's the impact of digitalization in all sectors. It's not the same thing to digitalize the banking sector than compared to agriculture. They have different structures and they will be applied differently in these sectors, although digital technology is the same. The one that's available is the same. In the agro sector, we have identified policies and instruments, as Alice showed us. We have identified others, FAO, others, but what we have realized that these are quite disseminated. They're not very well coordinated. So it's important to consider all these things. When we speak about policies for agro digitization, they could be at many levels. So in a national development plan, there are policies for digitization that in many cases are generic, but that will affect rural connectivity, for instance, or will affect the possibilities of connectivity and possibilities of digitization of the agro sector. National digital agendas, same thing. Those who are usually involved in these digital agendas are the ministries of telecommunications, but it's the same situation. If you have an active strategy to expand connectivity to rural areas or areas in which there's an important agri-food industry, same situation. You will be affecting possibilities of digitization of the sector. We have sectorial digital agendas that, once again, in the case of agriculture, there's very little of this, but there are others for other sectors, for the service sector, for the banking sector. And as part of this, there's also specific components that will affect the support to agro digitization. And then we also have the subnational level. We cannot think that policies happen only at ministry level. Our countries have different types of decentralization, of institutional articulation. There's a subnational level with different degrees of autonomy. And they have their own plans, policies, and instruments and projects for digitization of the agro sector. I already mentioned some of these institutions. So when you see this whole landscape, what you think is, first of all, how do the different agencies learn what the others are doing? For instance, the ministries of agriculture here, do they have clarity or the priorities of the Ministry of Telecom? Or which are the priorities of the Ministry of Environment when they speak about climate action for intelligent agro? How do they speak between themselves? How do they ensure that they're not imposing, or how do they guarantee that the policies are not contradictory? And this happens a lot in the macroeconomic level. You can develop a sector for export, but the exchange rate is not favorable, and it can destroy policy that is supporting the export sector. So basically, what this shows is that need for coordination. So going back to the main takeaways is that there's little of that coordination. So that's one of the warnings. We don't know what other ministries are doing that are affecting the agro sector, that are affecting digitization institutions. The other interesting thing is, as we said, agro has little participation in digital. If we look at the digital policies, there's very little agro there. But besides that, digital has little importance in agro. So if you look at the policies of the ministries of agriculture, there's very little on digital. So we're basically speaking about a niche, an area. It's not a niche because due to its importance, it should be a niche, but there's an area that is not being covered, not by digital nor agro, which is very much related to digitalization of the agro sector. So when we explore digitization by sectors, that's where we realize that not only because of its structural features, which is related to interconnectivity of agriculture, also participation of small producers, level of educations, as we said, older ages. All these are features of the sector that make agro have a low level of digitization. But besides that, policies can influence, can say this is a strategic sector and I'm going to support digitization for that sector. But this is not happening. So to the structural, we add a low capacity of policies to support this sector. And well, how is all this related to you? Well, we see something very important as a strategy, which is to link digitization of agro to broader development goals, to try to change that priority, which is so low currently on policies for digitization of various sectors. So that's where we want to advance in this event this week. Here it's to share a bit the paradox. As Alice was saying, this is a new topic. It looks like a new topic because we discuss it little, we know little about it, but it's not really a new topic. AgTechs has been working on digitization in a digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. We're talking about regional coordination since 2000. So we're talking about more than 20, almost 25 years where we started working, where we still with the Sustainable Development Goals that ended in 2015, and we're almost ending 2030, and the 2030 agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we continue speaking about digitization as a fundamental instrument to promote development. And then in 2007, we formed that digital agenda for Latin America and Caribbean, ELEC, and which that was in 2005, and this was an action plan for the next 2 years, which allowed to coordinate, especially the ministries of telecommunications, and based on a specific action plan or agenda. And at the end of this year, you'll see the ELEC 2026 will be in Chile. And ELEC has tried to advance in sectoral issues, like the one in 2022 was in Uruguay, Montevideo. There was an agro table. But ELAC has a follow-up system with specific indicators with goals, but there's no sectorial goals. For instance, there are goals for broadband, improving connectivity, but there's no specific sectorial goals. And this is something we need to advance to have a more important productive impact. This, for instance, these are different axes of the current digital agenda, the ELAC 2024, which in the November meeting will have a monitoring of how we have advanced in the four axes and how we'll define priorities for the coming 2 years. And here participate mainly Ministry of Telecommunications, Science, Technology, very little sectorial ministries, but we're trying to get agro more involved because of that potential we discussed earlier, that activities as agriculture must pull several of these areas. And it's also important to informed that in latter years, agriculture has gained importance in Latin America and the Caribbean. Of course, you have this secular trend that it's losing importance in employment, in the economy, but the reality is that it's been a resilient sector during the last years in the pandemic and the crisis, and it's a quite dynamic sector from the new technology standpoint with its differences, internal differences. And this is to show you what I said before. The agro has very little importance in the digital agendas. There you can see that agriculture is only seen in 4 of these agendas that we evaluated in 13 countries of the region. It's currently 14 countries in the region that have a general digital agenda or national agenda, but in only 4 of these, they discuss agriculture. It's also important to understand that these digital agendas don't have specific roadmaps, nor owners, nor a budget defined. So the capacity of these agendas as a framework is valid as coordination, but in many cases have no influence. The other thing is that in the region, only Brazil, that will be sharing their experience, only Brazil has an digital agriculture agenda. We started from another database, based on another database, and we see agro has very little importance in digital. But how is digital in agriculture? So we chose the FAO database, FAO-X, to see what exists in digitalization in that database. So we learned that there were 3,000, over 3,600 laws, policies, and regulations in Latin America and the Caribbean in the last 5 years. This was from 2018 to 2023, but 96% of these are not related to digital. The 4% that is related, only 1% has specific plans. So in the bottom, it shows what a specific plan is that has goals, activities in digital agriculture, and elements such as budget, schedule, who are responsible for these. The other 3% are general guidelines. So it mentions agro technology, or it's a secondary technology as part of the policy. And besides this, as part of that 1%, what type of technologies are we referring to? When you look at this, if you look at technologies that have an impact at productive level, advanced agriculture technology, it's only 20% of that 1% of policies. As a matter of fact, the few digital policies that do exist in the complete mapping of agro policies have very little in hard technologies. Most of these are in platforms or apps that are, from the impact standpoint, impact and production, especially to respond to the challenges we discussed yesterday. Increased productivity, tripled growth productivity for the last years to respond to the goal on zero hunger, or to respond to climate action to reduce greenhouse gas effects. This requires a different type of apps that only platforms and more soft technologies are required. So 20%, that 1% are in more advanced technologies like digitization of agriculture. Here, there's a description of that. But if you look at the more advanced technologies on precision agriculture, very few have specific plans or a budget that allow these to be implemented. So we continue going down. Here, there's a differentiation, a sub-regional differentiation. To understand more what Alice said, in South America, there's a concentration not only of these policies for digital agriculture, but there are also specific plans of a more formal institutionality. And I would now like to show you another study that was recently launched in 2024. The region, you can see how very little is sectoral the policies are, and in agro, how little digital these policies are. So you ask yourself, how are these sectors doing? How digitalized are they? So the study that was launched a few months ago looks at the matrices of products of the 6 countries that have these matrices at consumption products: Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Peru. What they observe is how many digital items are specific for agriculture. So you can see this indirect or direct effect. Let's see what happened to my screen. So if that sector J is agriculture, first we see directly how much the digital supplies agriculture buys. For the companies that sell software, these would be a digital supply to the agro sector. So this is characterized by what we call a direct impact or direct use of direct digitization. And then we have the indirect, which you can see the previous sectors, sectors that provide supplies to agriculture. How many of these sectors use digital technologies? For instance, the seeds sector or agrochemicals, how much they use of digital supplies. This is indirect effect. And you can see the study and the references there if you want to visit that later. But there's 3 ways to look at this. The first one is to see agriculture in Latin America and in advanced countries. Agriculture, you can see, is the lowest, which has the lowest digitization level from all the sectors. In Latin America, which is the blue bar, as well as advanced countries, which is the yellow bar. The difference between these 2 graphs is the one that has the lowest values. It considers only direct effect, how much agriculture buys of digital supplies, and the other one considers the indirect effect, how much those who provide agriculture buy digital supplies. That's why the second one is higher, because it also includes the indirect effect. But in both cases, agriculture has that lowest level in Latin America as well as in advanced countries. You can see European Union, the US, there's a number of countries there. And what we say about this is that the difference between agriculture between Latin America and advanced countries show a potential we must seize. Digitization that is still not fulfilled in the region. Here you can see by countries, Brazil, for instance, has a similar level to advanced countries as far as direct digitization of agriculture, and Latin America has a much lower average. This makes a difference because a low level of digitization is an obstacle to grow added value. The sectors advance as they are digitalized, they have a greater added value per production. And possibly this is the most interesting part, because besides that research on a matrix of supplies and products, there was also a study based on the surveys, industrial surveys for 4 countries to have the information. I'm showing the one for Chile, part of the report are Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. The interesting here is the following, where it said digitization by stage of the value change. So where it says infrastructure, for instance, that includes basically the purchase of equipment by these sectors, if they buy computers, if they use a cell phone. And the other levels that you see is if they use those technologies and they're processing, if they use technologies to buy supplies, or if they use it in their distribution. So in all the cases, for all sectors, not only for agriculture, the level of digitization and infrastructure is much higher than the other uses. What does this mean? Well, that our productive sectors in general, and agriculture is a much higher user of a technology that basically a user of computers or a phone, but it does not incorporate that technology in their productive processes, especially if you look at the bottom part of the table, which is digitization by type of technology or use case, especially in more advanced technology. Of course, virtual or remote working in agriculture is quite difficult, but advanced digital technologies have a much lower level of use. So this shows the digitization in many cases is advancing towards sectors as users like us who are at home and use our computer or internet or phones to get information or for purchases, but they're not necessarily incorporating this through their productive process. And this has implications to productivity and to other things. I would like to close. This is my last slide. I would like to close with something related to financing policies. Why do we say that it's important for us to look at digitalization and its impact in other development topics? Here, together with FAO and AICA, estimated what it would imply in policies to eliminate hunger. So we concluded that it would cost less than 2% of the region's GDP. But it's always important to think in the cost of not producing that policy or not doing anything. And in many countries, ECLAC, together with PMA, has developed an estimate of the cost of hunger. How much does malnutrition cost in the region? How much school evasion or low productivity because of hunger costs? And it's much more than that 2% it will cost to create the policies to eliminate hunger. As a matter of fact, in a country as Guatemala, it could be up to 14% of GDP of the GDP. So it's always important to show this. When we say that digitization contributes to these policy objectives, we're also saying that there's a cost of not doing anything that the countries are assuming, and that the cost can be transferred to specific policies. Yesterday, I think it was Ebert or Ubert who was asking regarding consumers. And in that study, what we did was that agriculture expenses or the public expense on agriculture represents 0.67 of GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is what we have for all these agro policies. Remember that digital is 1% of that 0.67% of GDP. But consumers, or what the consumers spend in food, is 22% of the region's GDP. This means that when we create policies that influence on how consumers spend that 22%, there's also incentives for certain type of policies or technologies that change how the food systems develop their production. If we can guarantee, if we can measure and ensure that digital policies or digital technologies are able to generate agrosystems that are more sustainable, that will feed more people using less resources, issuing less or emitting less greenhouse gases. We can access through incentives to part of that 22% of GDP. We can have access to more than 1% of that 0.67% of agro expenses. But this all depends on this last point to acknowledge and measure contribution of agro digitalization to the sustainable goals that are broader, like climate action, fighting poverty, inequality, with the objective to change these incentives and generate policies that acknowledge the participation of digitization in the structural change of the sectors of agro systems. Thank you very much.
Me dice Federico que estamos
Federico is telling me we're right on time to go on to the panel. I understand we will have an opportunity after these interventions. Since some of our guests are online, it's important to start on time. But at the end, there will be time for a Q&A to ask Alice and me for any questions. And Octavio, my colleague from AgTechs, will moderate this session. Thank you, Monica. And good morning to everyone. And I think we have a luxury panel here. We have 4 countries here where things are happening. And I'll discuss this later. I have my own hypothesis, but first we'll listen to our panelists. But in Spain, as well as Brazil, Chile, and Peru, these presentations we'll hear of those responsible for the digital sector will tell us that things are happening. That's what I'm trying to say. There are various coordination models, and we might have time to reflect upon these once we hear these presentations. My hypothesis that I just want to share, just provoking, there are different models of coordination, very important to keep in mind. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to our panelists. They know the rules of the game and the ideas for them to share what is happening in their countries in the area of sectorial digital policies, what Alice and Monica mentioned.
They gave us a general picture. The idea is to kind of delve deeper. But what happens in these 4 countries, we need to figure out how, in these states, the ministries of agriculture in particular, are driving the process for digitalization of this sector. So without further ado, I will now grant the floor to Maria Teresa Ambros Mendiros. She is the General Subdirector for Digitalization of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery of Spain. And she has studies in higher agricultural engineering. She's also a master's in public policy from the Complutense University of Madrid. And she is striving for an agenda, which I think is what she is going to tell us about. And we're very interested in Maria Teresa to hear of the Spanish experience, which is always a reference for us. Spanish in the digital realm, for obvious reason, is a reference. And I think that it could be very interesting to hear your vision. So without further ado, Maria Teresa, I give you the floor, 15 minutes. And at the end, perhaps we will have a session for questions from participants. Perhaps before I finish here, I would like to ask all 4 lecturers is that we have 100 or so participants at this seminar. There are many officials from ministries, ENIAs, but I think that one particular aspect of this event is that there are many startup companies aside from Institute for Agricultural and Livestock Research, and they're very interested in hearing how the states can support their entrepreneurship programs. So go ahead, Maite. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share some time with you our experience, because I think that we will feel very identified with your experience. And I don't know if we're half a step ahead, maybe in this. Maybe we might be 3 steps behind other things that you're doing in Central or South America, Mexico, etc. So these are the questions that I try to answer in this presentation. It's very lengthy. What's important is for it to remain available to the auditorium. If you want to continue working on it in further depth, I don't know if you can see it. It looks perfect. Let's see, what can I say? I steered the Innovation and Digitalization section, which is the youngest organization of the whole ministry, which was created in 2019. And I think that to allot a specific separate space as a unit is essential for a ministry. In the case of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery, this is due to the vision of the deputy director, which placed digitalization and innovation together with the other large across-the-board issues of the countries, which are the young people, gender, and training, just to give you a general picture. It shows here, and so based on our creation and based on a very plural work, in 2019, we developed a strategy for the agricultural, livestock, and forestry sector and rural sector. This year, we don't know yet that the across-the-board aim was going to be innovation and digitalization, just so that you get a clearer picture. And the body or envoy that exists in central administration for the coordination on the issue of connectivity and digitalization dates this year, meaning we have been 5 years ahead of the events of having an across-the-board outlook in the European agricultural policy and to have a forum for the coherence of public policy within the central administration. Now, in as much as we place ourselves in rural development, the index for rural guarantee, to have specific indicators or sector level indicators or territorial indicators are key. And here we have lobbied both in our country as in the European Union, sorry. I'm a public official, but I also work in the Ministry for Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Industry of my own country, because I have to lobby with them to open their eyes about the fact that in a rural area we have many SMEs that it doesn't work to have one size fits all with them. I'm going to go over this very quickly, but the focal group that really worked on this strategy was highly diverse. We always had the overseer of technology and communication technologies, research institutes, and they created a very good product, which at the end of the day led to this strategy, which has 3 main pillars. Digital gap on the topic of connectivity and on the topic of skills. In Spain, the digital gap in connectivity in rural area is being closed very fast. We are the 3rd country in the European Union in digital connectivity. The second objective is focused on data, to promote the usage of data, their standardization, their interoperability of the new businesses stemming from data. I don't know, but if you know, but there will be an ISO standard that is being spearheaded by the US and Germany on data-driven agri-food system. What consequences will this have on our ITC sector? We must all speak a unified language but it cannot simply come from the Anglo-Saxon world or from the tech companies in Germany. This has to allow us to express our own agricultures, the Mediterranean agriculture, the tropical agriculture. This emphasis on public data, on interoperable data, open data, has been existing from 2019. And the third pillar is focusing on promoting new entrepreneurial development and new business model. In other words, startups. In my country, this is pretty new. The ministries, save for a few exceptions, had not mapped companies that were doing entrepreneurship in technologies in this field. But now we have 4 different lines of financing for agri-food ITC startup companies, so that you can get a picture of some innovative tools that we are currently implementing. Now, what happened with this strategy? It was a very new strategy from 2019, which materialized itself in 2-year and 3-year plans. The first encompassed 2019-2021, and the second one, since this was a post-COVID plan, allowed to absorb many European funds because we are in a framework with a huge amount of public funds within the framework of the European Union, which are the so-called next generation funds for the EU. And this is the mandate that the European Union organization have in digital transformation and ecological transformation. Imagine what this entails for our sector. Now, the first action plan, it had 40 activities, 16 million euro, but the best thing about it was that not the amount of money, but rather that we had actions from other ministries as well encompassed, because it had a integrative aim. The next action plan already has 64 million euro allotted and 21 activities. And now that we are implementing it, its scope has been much greater than we had originally planned. Just so you can get an idea, we have some credit lines that is also not so frequent, but ministries have to get involved in subsidies, not just for SMEs that implement digital tech solutions in their livestock industries, but also for the agri-food ITC sector that promotes and develops digital solutions. We've had 33 million euros, and recently we injected another 15. Then as a ministry, we had a center that you probably are all familiar with, the CENCA, which is the Agricultural Training Center near Madrid, which was born from when Spain had to train a lot of people, and this infrastructure was granted, and we're transforming it into a digital innovation center. Then we have a platform for advisors, which we wanted to be a back office for advisors. This is in digitalization and other topics. And we also have a digitalization observatory, because we were tired of the fact that habitual metrics would leave the agri-food sector out of the picture. So we created this observatory together with Cahamap, which is a financial institution that is highly present in the cooperativist sector on the Mediterranean coast. We have managed to align money from the agrarian community policy to train advisors, consultants, professionals. Spain has strong electronic administration. The supports requested by our sector for community agricultural policies will soon be requested with a simple click, paperless and using digital means. We have managed to transfer funds to the regions from these European funds to really cover all investments made in livestock and precision agriculture. More than 33 million have been used from European funds, and the ministry took money with one hand and with the other distributed out to all of the Spanish autonomous communities. And we have a strong line of fostering digital skills among intermediate professionals in sorts of train the trainers program, together with public universities at the Center for Digital Skills, although there are also other tools for digital skills available. This measure, for example, tries to foster the advisory in digital transformation. Many people need to train. Now, you can't simply have to be able to develop a plan, but you rather have to know how to use an app with regards to developing a plan. Know what data has to be captured, what parameters will be applied. And for it not to be a black box application, you have to at least have a notion of how it works. This topic of advisory for digital transformation has been very important. And finally, what I was saying, digital administration in light of agricultural policy, we have an agricultural climate information system for crops, which is known as SIAR, which encompasses 100 stations in harvesting areas with sensors that measure wind, temperature, humidity, but also an application that triangulates and picks what is the closest station to you and allows to integrate your data in other applications in order to design your irrigation plan. So it's a bit overwhelming because it's infinite, but here you can see the links to many of the activities of these competencies. This is a center where our counterparts are the University of Cordoba and the Polytechnical University of Madrid, who have 24-hour courses, usually online, which are compatible with the professional activity, meaning that a livestock farmer can, in the afternoon, access the course, even if they're in a remote area, as long as they have some level of adequate connectivity. And it's not just these two universities, the one in Santiago, Zaragoza, and a handful of other Spanish universities are all adhering to this because they teach classes on hydraulics, engineering, mechanics, and so they're capable of delivering these courses. And then what I was mentioning earlier, we do lobbying for our colleagues so that there's 4G and 5G connectivity. Spain is doing really well. For tools that have digital maturity for SMEs, agri-food sector, we have deployed an enormous amount of funds, both for AI applications applied to the agricultural sector, as well as other topics such as the data spaces. So here, we have managed that agriculture, mobility, and health, I would say these are the three sectors that we have managed to have a specific focus on industrial policies, telecommunication policies, and digitalization policies in Spain. We have strived to create this space because sometimes a certain level of credit is reserved for these vertical pillars of main economic subsectors. Now, obviously, the Digitalization Observatory has a lot of open data, but not just the research they've carried out, but rather the databases themselves, because they have a quantitative database of 350,000 surveys, which you can cross-reference. If I'm from Catalonia, I can only do Catalonia. If I want to look at dairy, then I can only look at dairy. We have a digimap that is acknowledged as a best practice in OECD, and it searches through AgTech companies. 700 are in there. So you as a professional or as a farmer can say, what Spanish company is a supplier of smart irrigation technologies? So you write smart irrigation and you'll get them all there. What other geolocation applications are available? What others has this type of application? It competes with search engines because here there's no advertisements, there's no sponsored results. This is not a search engine like Google. This is a democratic database wherein companies, as of now, Spanish companies, can they simply upload their solution, provide their data and contact information. This is the Digitalization Observatory. All of the research is open to the public. There's quantitative and qualitative studies, and we've been fortunate enough that this center in San Fernando de Henares has become a hub for innovation and digitalization thanks to a contract gained by Telefónica Spain. And its background in terms of IT framework, it's a open source platform that is interoperable and is standardized, meaning that we need to try, and it's obviously European. There's a division in the commission of in each country to avoid relying on software suppliers that then capture you and that are not interoperable and that tie you into a specific vendor. In this innovation hub, which spans 100 hectares of fields where agriculture is practiced since the Bronze Age, because archaeological findings have been identified in this area. There are different types of irrigation technologies here, and we're carrying out pilot projects because I believe that farmers have to see in order to believe. They need to see if through this application I can save 10, 15, or 20% water. And whether it's good one year and bad another year. Now we have online fencing. This is not just through our own farms, but also cooperating farms, because digital livestock farming in Spain is quite intense. The ability to monitor animals in a personalized fashion has really been a game changer. We have an app with online connected collars that alerts when a given animal has abandoned a online fence or an e-fence. This requires a lot of AI, and this solution also is under simple architecture. Now, in La Vega Innova, we also have a program for an innovation program for agri-food tech, together with other technology centers. And for us, it's been very interesting that civil society organized, established an association called Datagri, which encompasses the three most important agrarian associations in Spain. It spans cooperativas, agroalimentarias, and a number of other stakeholders with whom we work, like Cajamar, Ispatec, which is a company that supplies technology, the University of Córdoba, the Polytechnical University of Madrid. This plural forum of civil society receive support from the ministry and organizes a encounter which rotates so that every single territory in Spain can participate. Next year, this is a picture from La Rioja. We went there in fall, and it's one of the most beautiful places on earth, without prejudice against Costa Rica and the beauty of America. But really, fall in this part of Europe is absolutely marvelous. And this year, the Datagri Forum will be held there. And then we have also been capable of promoting multi-stakeholder groups that develop innovation projects bottom up. And here we have worked with the European Commission because the bulk of these funds come from the European Commission. This innovative digital program is really the kind of activity that needs to be financed because they respond to the needs of the sector. And there are many in digitalization. This year, we have shared 37.5 million euro to 65 projects. And in many of them, we have autonomous institutes such as the EITA Catalan, Intia Tebarro, main universities, cooperatives, cooperative federations. It's another interesting instrument. Just for you to understand it a little bit better, there's a project for the displacement of pigs at the slaughterhouse. How many kilos do I need to bring a pig to the slaughterhouse in Spain for optimal usage? I'm not a veterinarian. I don't know if it's 400 or 430 or 450, but there's an optimal weight based on its species and how it's been managed. Now, I don't want to take more of your time. As you can see, there's many initiatives, and they're at your service, because really what we have available and what we have set up and in progress is really infinite. But this gives you at least an idea of the willingness to participate with other ministries, to have an impact, and to develop. Okay, Maria Teresa, thank you very much. Very interesting Spain's case. We're a bit jealous, I must say. I confess to have access to these European funds, but anyway, each country has to live its own reality. And since we're slightly falling behind, I don't want to take too much time away from you. I'm going to ask Pedro Neto to speak so he can present the case of Brazil. Pedro is the Secretary of Innovation, Sustainable Development, Irrigation, and Cooperative Efforts of the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil, and he drives digital topics. Pedro, we want to hear you. We also have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I will be speaking in Portuguese. I do not speak Spanish, nor am I going to dare to speak a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. So I will speak Portuguese slowly. To discuss innovation from the government's perspective is interesting. It's highly attractive. This is a fairly new agenda as far as the Ministry of Agriculture is concerned. We are a ministry that has existed for more than a century. Therefore, innovation in terms of public policy is a bit more recent. We started with certain initiatives 6 years ago, and along those lines, I would like to share with you. Can you see my screen? The action of the Ministry of Agriculture are anchored with the Secretariat of Innovation, and within it, there's a specific department focused on supporting agriculture and livestock farming. That department has as its strategic pillars bioeconomics, open innovation, digital agriculture, and a food tech action. Here, in this first item for bioeconomics, we have the national policies for biosupplies, bioinputs, which progresses the agricultural and livestock sector based on biology, such as biological fertilizers. We also have a national policy for genetic resources for agriculture, and that national policy is aimed at organizing the ability to access and the ability to register so that biological products may be made legal in the country. And so that the process is streamlined, we also have a program called Nitro Mas, or Nitro Plus, which is aimed is to bring fertilizers for corn and sugarcane as an accelerating factor to enhance carbon sequestration and to mitigate methane gases in the agricultural and livestock sectors. And then we also have NIO on-farm, which is a subsidy for development of composting sites biomass factories, and other processing center for animal waste in rural areas. This is the pillar for bioeconomics. The second is for open innovation. This one seeks to organize national stakeholders within Brazil to act and providing follow-up on innovation, whether it's universities, public or private, NGOs focused on innovation, public stakeholders in research and innovation, and our main stakeholder is Embrapa, which is a public company linked to the Ministry of Agriculture, which carries out a very important role in everything related to innovation and which is present in the other innovation systems. In this pillar of open innovation, we focus on delivering public policy called Mapa Conecta, or Connected Map, which is focused on creating meeting places between agricultural startups and the people who finance innovative ideas. The Mapa Conecta platform is aimed at bringing closer the initiatives of the startup companies with the needs of the agricultural sector and the large companies that are capable of giving financing or scalability to these ideas to scale up innovation proposals made from these startups and other initiatives along these lines. Another action of open innovation is acknowledging the innovation ecosystems, which are the environments where we acknowledge the presence of the academic sector, the productive sector, the banking sector, the organizations that represent farmers or other stakeholders involved in the technology transfer through innovative processes at the regional scale.
So we see the Brazilian region and we observe the existence of those stakeholders I mentioned, academia, Embrapa, the social services that exist here, which have a relationship between them to build an innovation ecosystem that brings in rural producers with innovative practices to the agro area. And finally, in this other column, innovation networks, exactly, communication between those ecosystems for there to be learning or dissemination of content, of good practices, and to be able to incorporate all this. Another point which is not in this presentation because it's recent is the initiative on artificial intelligence for the agribusiness, which was recently launched by President Lula in Brazil. Another strategic axis is digital agriculture, and the idea here is to improve coverage or connectivity for rural farmers. The Brazilian territory is quite extensive, and rural territory is not completely covered by the phone signal. So the rural program, Rural Más Conectado, is here to finance internet suppliers and sell phone suppliers for them to submit their projects for the financing to expand a cell phone network. And these projects are financing given by the bank, by its Brazilian disbursement. It's a line of credit to universalize a phone service through this program, Rural Más Conectado, and we prioritize the areas with lowest coverage of phone service with the expansion of agribusiness, and these are the priority areas for this line, Rural Más Conectado. And why is it important to promote connectivity? Well, for the technology transfer processes to also be shared through the digital platform in this instrument that is a daily use of everyone for rural producers based on digital platforms for them to find information to improve their agro practices. And finally, in this axis on digital agriculture, there's a program called Agro API. So this is an information platform aimed on best agro practices that interact with other national platforms for us to have in that same platform public information as well as private regarding performance and the best practices applied to national agro chains. This is an international cooperation project. The project that the team that works with innovation was recently in Japan. In Japan, that initiative already exists. So it's in the elaboration phase, and the final strategic axis is food tech. And the idea here is regarding consolidations to include innovative initiatives with new ingredients and proper food recipes based on their food customs, new proteins, new seasonings, new ingredients, which can create in the agro sector and in livestock sector market niche where there's public market and clients who could find an offer there for their food and ingredients they use. These are the four strategic axes. I won't dwell on this, but I just want to show you very quickly here the national program on bio supplies, which has the idea to expand and strengthen bio supplies for Brazilian agro production, promoting sustainable development as well. We have the National Conservation and Sustainable Use Policy for food, agriculture, and livestock farming. And we have our genetic safeguards, resources, other national policies to fight against hunger and malnutrition, food security, and also sharing or allocation of resources. And finally, Nitro Más Nitro Plus, which is a strategy to expand the use of the fixation of nitrogen. And this morning, while I was preparing to come here, I was in AICA here in Brazil with the AICA representative, Daniel Delgado, and I was showing my strategy for the fixation of nitrogen in grass. In this process is already happening in Brazil and in the Innovation Secretariat. Our challenge is to implement these initiatives to provide the rural Brazilian producers who are users of these public policies to provide them conditions for the application, for them to be able to implement sustainable production technologies and for them to live that innovation in their own property. This is not an easy task. The Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil does not promote that action alone, there's a number of allies in the government that promote that challenge together with us. And I thank you for this opportunity, and at your disposal. You were good within the time you're given. So we have a landscape regarding what's happening in Brazil. And then we'll have a round of a Q&A when we finish the 4 presentations. And now we'll go on to the Chilean case. And this presentation will be given by Rodrigo Ramirez. He is the advisor to the minister on digital agriculture. He is part of the Ministry of Agriculture. And it's important to mention that Rodrigo was Subsecretary Telecommunications in the previous government. He comes from the telecom world, and that he currently is in the agro sector. Rodrigo, you have the floor.
Sí, estaba
Yes.
presente. Ahí viene.
Gracias, Octavio.
Thank you, Octavio, for the introduction.
Octavio, si me excedo los
Stop me if I exceed my 15 minutes. We can see your presentation perfectly. Well, thank you very much. And in accordance to the introduction of the panelists, for today, for you to have an idea, in Chile, in the last 4 years, there has been over 200,000 kilometers of optic fiber, making Chile, together with Israel, one of the countries that in the last 4 years, and in words of our Minister of Finance, is a country that has maintained sustainable. The only industry compared to mining, construction, and telecom has had a sustained investment in the last 6 years, mainly because of 5G network, optic, fiber, PPTH to homes, and because of a national policy on data centers. And I'll try to explain in detail which has been the impact. But you can echo what other panelists said. Unfortunately, the digital ecosystem in agriculture in Chile is not in the heart of the digital policy or the digital agenda. Therefore, it continues being seen as a sectorial issue, as a collateral issue, but not as part of the core of the business of agro policies and rural development in our country. Same as with other sectors, the culture, world of mining, the traffic of internet in Chile, data consumption of 85% of everything that is shared in Chile, 85, 86% is mainly, as someone said earlier, fundamentally is to access information. The streaming networks in Chile and OTTs are consuming 85% of internet traffic. And if you had to take that analysis to the productive world, only 1.7% in our country, where that includes the mining industry, astroinformatics, agriculture, 1.7% have an internet industrial design applied to that industry. Therefore, there's a structural deficit. That's part of the discussion. So we see this in the Ministry of Agriculture, and the minister of all the ecosystem of organizations linked to the ministry, ODEP, AMINA, INDAP, FIA, all the ecosystem that composes the institutionality of agriculture in our country, has tried to influence the discussion to understand what should be the ecosystem of governance in our country to approach digitalization of agriculture of the rural world. Chile doesn't have a connectivity issue of networks. For you to have an idea, Chile of 7 million homes, or more than 4.6 million have a fixed broadband. Over 22 million have access to mobile internet. So if you look at the data, blunt data from the infrastructure available and internet access, Chile shouldn't have a problem in connectivity, digital connectivity. And these are our main indicators in the region for AI in our country. This is the last indicator for the region in AI, and led by Chile and Uruguay. These are the index of greatest fixed internet in the world. We share the third place with Singapore and Hong Kong in the last 3 years. Chile in the last 2 years had the first tender in Latin America on 5G networks, and there's more than 4.8 million users that have access to 5G. With the specificity that Chile presents the lowest data plans in the region in our country, it's 0.85 cents. Our 5G plan, because of a highly competitive market, is cheaper than a 4G plan. There's an investment from the state on telecom, and the aggregate data represents 2% of all the industry's investment, but mainly it finance the OPEC of digital infrastructure based on the projects of connectivity of the tenders for spectrum and the optic fiber. So Chile has invested and achieved a new association in a new generation of public-private partnerships to generate networks to be able to deliver traffic and cover demand in our country as well as other markets like Argentina and Brazil. So Chile has had a strategic geopolitical view to develop infrastructure networks that guarantee sufficient connectivity. So it's a highly competitive market. We are in a sector that is going through financial burden. Financial economy is in a downturn, while a tomato and potato price increases, gigabyte price lowers, and compared to the basic food requirements, we have structural issues also. And I'll detail on the rural world challenges to maintain competition, to maintain with and lower all the process that has affected on-time development, and it's hard to reach the first mile as well as the last mile to the final user, and financial sustainability of the industry is another issue. In the ministry, when this term started, the idea was to generate a national rural connectivity, understanding that different from other regions, specifically in European Union, there's no funds. We don't have public funds to sustain public policies of this size or with this focus. So we have to reorganize the offer that is available and the ecosystem of the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as other programs related or that are related to the rural agriculture world. The complexities are mainly 6 complexities we encounter, which are related to the overwhelming imminent digitalization of the food system and the complexity of the agri-food industry in terms of its definition of public policies, as well as the digital transformation of all that structure that sooner or later will have an impact in all the policies related to national food system, the digital component, and the rural development policy. Although it had been included or was highlighted as something critical as one of the main needs of users of digital agricultural services, as well as rural families as part of their more strategic components, now appears as a relevant factor to design rural policies focused on the inclusion, territorial inclusion. Agro policies, and Octavio has a lot of experience more than many of us on how this has been developed historically and traditionally led by the ministry, everything related to agro policies with special focus on rural families or those producers of the value chain, the smallest producers or the mono producers or those that are in the lowest quintiles that have a productive activity based mainly in all the agro policy and digitalization and digital transformation because of the architecture of the offer based in our ministry, INTAP, a Ministry of Agro Development that I'm sure you know of, has promoted, that has the greatest beneficiaries in Chile, that now concentrates an offer that has direct reach, that has the largest reach of all the institutions in our country. Therefore, it's a offer of great size. And the first challenge was precisely to generate, based on that first-time contact with the final user, and to update all the offer in digital transformation programs to have the digital enabling all the digital skills, what EGLAC calls significant connectivity, to have the four larger elements that can ensure fair connectivity, fair and sustainable connectivity. Another aspect that Octavio will also mention, which is related to governance. Most of our programs, different from other countries, has a deficit in governance, not well treated, possibly not well designed, and not well articulated, which is related to the multi-level governance, what is guaranteed in territory in a first stage, how you generate an offer where the digital component is in fact something strategic and of direct impact to the user who participate in the agroeconomy, and how to generate sound articulation to maintain these programs mid and long term beyond just a political cycle. The other important component is digital infrastructure. Besides things that Chile has led in the application of infrastructure is what we call a digital approach to cover the new complexities and the new landscape and the new composition of rural families or rural world in agriculture. So we needed to create a new digital structure. We're working with FAO that is just being developed. We scaled this to 2 regions of our country, the more agro regions with the less connectivity, the Lluvia region. You have 6 communities there in the region who unfortunately had this component. Besides being the most agro, the poorest, and the most unattended, had 2 situations. They had fires at the beginning of the year, so there were complexities, but this also allowed to discover the new landscape, to have a new ethnographic lecture of that rural community. And with Octavio, we thought there were many digital solutions that you can use from your cell phones, apps related to direct impact, or solutions related to their life of the climate, their climate or associated services to acquire supplies for their agro activities. But it's for the national system, which is robust. You can see it's a second sector of non-traditional is export. In other words, Chile has an infrastructure of digital services that has high value for the world. But if we had to take this to the agro world and productive activity, it's marginal. That theoretical abstract, the reality is that there's very little applications applied to the productive part of agriculture and very little use or ownership in behalf of the agro workers. And what's related to digital enabling, beyond just digital enabling, was to generate enabling conditions to equal these structural conditions that the city has compared to rural areas. Some of the part of the scope of what we have done so far, what we call the first national policy on rural digital connectivity, which converges with the national policy on digital infrastructure, is related to guidance of digital public services surrounding the world and development of agriculture and the rural realm. There's a gap that limits, unfortunately, and has a dual lecture once applying public services applied to agro development. There's a gap from the public service that makes a distinction that for us we consider wasn't necessary. There are some municipalities or local governments where their main clients are those who participate from the agribusiness, but there is no emphasis or design that will adapt that potential as like the AgTech, which in Chile has high penetration in the municipal world, taken with the same terms of reference to the AgTechs. There's a structure that makes a difference. That's how we see it, which is unexistent, which is the same design, but it's a user design, which for those who participate in the agro sector, a good offer of public services, but without the nuance. So there's a loss of resource, modernization of the state in a collaborative phase, which is related to a deficit of understanding the rural world and the agro-productive sector and the issues we have in our country. And this implies modernization of the state in collaboration where we have a significant deficit. We don't have a unified system on public procurement. The Chilean state is the biggest buyer of these digital. There's no way to create ecosystems in these territories since there's no scale. Economies and territories, public procurements continue being centralized digital requirements. Therefore, the agro-digital system is still peripheral and continue being not promoted or with little incentives from the state to redesign public procurement for digital solutions applied to agro digital infrastructure as enabler. Not only fiber solutions, today we have quite connectivity and satellite. There's applied structures that also require satellite solutions of great quality, low latency. There's also an ecosystem on the table for that, but with little adoption in behalf of the agro production sector, the edge digital transformation. All this transformation has to be closer to the final user. We have digital transformation not at the core of the business. There's they continue being digital transformation spaces that are very far from the final user. Therefore, the short-term agendas or user lacks digital transformation because the vision is far from that business. Same as with the value chains. There are many projects related to strengthening trading channels or productive channels of rural families, especially based on their production. But there is sufficient muscle to ensure or to design more in collaboration to digitalize all this productive structure and that the offer and demand requires. There is dissonance and continues being in terms of the active participation of these family rural activities, especially in the production and trading chain. A multi-level governance model, there's a lack of coordination, there's no public policy issue as far as a digital structure. We have a converging regulatory structure, the most modern in the region. We even have the first law on neuro rights in the world. even the last update of the personal data protection. We have an update on cybersecurity law, the internet law as a public service that ensures universal access. So we have to consider the structural scaffolding and digitalization. Chile by far is at the first level of that table or first place. But unfortunately, as ECLAC has stated, digital agendas in the agro world and rural families do not dialogue, do not connect, are not in the heart of digital transformation policies. Therefore, it continues being a collateral space and with a residual impact in public policies, and this is expressed mainly in the governance models. It's not a problem of resources, but of design, of emphasis of public policies in the territorial convergence areas. You ran out of time, and we have a problem with a data infrastructure. Currently, when we want to find information or add value to the agro-productive system, we have problems with the scarce interoperability, not only between the state and the agro sector, but also the private world. Therefore, data infrastructure and governance are aspects, important aspects in our connectivity policy. With that, I end. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And this was a presentation, a very interesting presentation. We're a little behind, so I'll speed up and now I'll give the floor to Cesar Santiesteban, who is the Director General of the Statistics Office and Assessment of Public Policies and the Agro Development Institute of Peru. Cesar, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. And I want to thank AICA for the invite to be able to share with you the important progress that we've achieved in Peru on the topic of digitalization, on the topic of agriculture. Based on the previous presentation, Chile has a large infrastructure, but it has the services side of things. We have a great capacity for development, which we can show now, and which I think can increase the score that we should at the beginning. But we need to strengthen the infrastructure in order to reach out to family agriculture, which is our focus. Along these lines, I wanted to cover two questions. How Midagri is working in order to, through its technology, promote family farming, and how the ministry guarantees that these initiatives can be inclusive, that they can reach out to the farmer. It's useless to have a lot of technology, a lot of production if this does not reach out to the farmers. I will go very quickly through this presentation because I have plenty of slides, and I wanted to mention that under me we have the Division of Statistics and Agricultural Information, which is in charge of all the statistics, all of the agricultural and livestock information for the country. We have agricultural, livestock information, industry, internal trade, agro exports, which is an important topic, supplies, and we have 4 areas, business intelligence and geomatics, and the team is 80 to 100 individuals, vary. We have a web portal, which is right here. I will share with AICA the presentation so that you can look at it subsequently at your own pace, because I will kind of rush through it. This webpage is fundamental because it's true that we kind of look out onto the world so that users can agile and simply access the information. This webpage was built 4.5 years ago approximately, and as you can see here, we have a section that is called Technology Tools, and the one that I will focus on is on agricultural and livestock statistics and satellite tools. As part of the information services 4 or 5 years ago, we also launched 2 apps. One is called Mi Caserita and AgroChatea. We, on a daily basis, starting at 4 a.m., we have staff at the wholesale markets capturing information, and we generate a first report at 6 a.m. We fill out All of this, it's digitalized, it has geo-referenced by the surveyors, and it's uploaded into a platform, and immediately it's instantly available on an app called AgroChatea, where I can go in, I can ask for an area, ask for a product, and we can get the wholesale price by varieties, etc. And we have another application which is related to the retail markets in Lima mainly, where I can query prices and even set up my little shopping cart. All of this information is updated first thing in the morning. That's why we won Best Practice Award in the year 2021. We have another platform which is called the Online Listing of Agricultural Products. It's essentially a marketplace where we have 450 or 500 farmers and more than 1,000 products, where you can search for all kinds of products, and they even have delivery. The ministry offers this platform cost-free, and it's a transaction between private stakeholders. But our expectation is that based on the trends, we want to move from 400 or 500 farmers to approximately 100,000 by next year, and I'll explain how. This is the platform. You can see various products divided by categories, meats, fruits, etc., coffee, and we can see the prices, and we can directly connect with the supplier, right? With the vendor. And we will have a version where the large supermarket chains will also be able to connect directly with the vendors. And here is where vendors enroll. Another important aspect along these same lines are agricultural and livestock statistics. The idea is for these to be easy to access, that it shouldn't require a whole process to access them. So 4.5 years ago, we started using Power BI as a platform to create awareness. And to date, we've developed all these dashboards. Each one of these squared is a different dashboard with one or more screens where you can analyze the whole country or a region or a province or a district, and we can look at how it's structured from the agricultural side, the livestock side, how many farmers, analyze a specific product. For example, the progress made on campaigns, production costs, information on livestock at the national scale, poultry, export statistics, net production, the internal markets. We have a whole section on territorial diagnostics for family farming, the cost of supplies and fertilizers, industrial profile, trade exchange. For example, I can query potatoes, and I can find that Peru exports. Out of all of the potatoes in the country, only 0.05% are imported from the Netherlands, but we export to various countries, and we look at how much we export to each country. We have the behavior and trends and prices, the basic basket, and we have a platform called Impacts. I will go over it very quickly. This is an example of our platforms. All of the information is online. You can even pick a region, district, or province, or you can pick the whole country, and all of the platforms have an Excel version of this data which can be downloaded. So this really relieves us of a lot of work, because a number of requirements come in, and now users, which can be researchers, farmers, entrepreneurs, cooperative associations, can go directly into the platform and download the information themselves instead of writing to us. We also have information on the agricultural side, poultry, livestock, net value of agricultural production by region, province, and district. Here is agribusiness information, production costs, etc. And the one down below to the right side, is the latest one. As you know, from the impacts of El Niño, La Niña, El Yaku, there are important fluctuations in the prices on this platform. But we can look at the prices daily of the basic basket on the production side and the variation in prices. And the latest platform is this one, which was created about 2 months ago, which allows me to see the following. I pick a region, and in that region, I have transitory crops, temporary crops, and permanent crops. So here I picked lemon, for example, highly used in Peru. And I asked the platform to show me the production of lemon on an average year versus a year that had Yapa or a coastal Niño, which impacted the production of lemon. And I can thus see the impact of this phenomena. And here I can expect that if in 2025 I will have another Yaku model, which is known as the coastal Niño, I will know that in August, September, October, the production of lemon will drop, and the fluctuation of price will move from 1.50 sols to 10 sols. So this allows us to measure the impacts of the various situations that can happen from a climate perspective. On the other hand, we've also placed a strong focus on the satellite issue. I'm an engineer and I'm a geographer, and I've studied IT, and we focused a lot on the use of satellite information. Each one of these squares is a satellite platform that allows me to monitor, for example, the phenomenon of El Nino, the water temperature of the sea, pressure, analyze how much rain is there in real time. I can go into the platform to see a storm, and below it there's a meteo station, and I can see in real time the temperature, the rainfall, the level of rivers. We have a rainfall level in the middle. This is a platform that we've developed, which also analyzes droughts. We've developed this with the National Center for the Mitigation of Droughts of the US. We also have the monitoring of the forest. We have an agricultural climate modeling system based on our geographic variation. So through this platform, I can determine in which area of the territory I have, for example, the conditions of height, temperature, rainfall, etc. And I can say where these conditions exist so that I can introduce a new crop. In Peru, we didn't have cranberries 15 years ago. And right now, we are the largest producer worldwide. We also produce the largest amount of juices, and we're exporting to Korea. So these platforms for territorial analysis allow us to truly focus our interventions in a smarter way for the state. Where should we promote, for example, the replacement of a traditional crop that is low sales cost for a product that is highly in demand on the international market? So these platforms, you can look at them subsequently at your own leisure. You can do all of these analyses throughout the territory. We have a platform for the monitoring of the rice harvests. What you see in blue and green is a platform that differentiates temporary crops from permanent crops. On a temporary crop, I can click on a single plot of land. That little curve you see there on the side, those are the campaigns. I can look back at the 10 years on a plot to its history. And how do we do that? By analyzing satellite imagery, multi-season on a monthly basis, and I can see what happened, whether it was a rotation of crops, whether it was no crop, and based on this, generate production statistics. So we have modified our regulations and its function, and we've included the fact that satellite information is also a source of information to generate statistics. And this platform is the most powerful one we have, which is for El Nino, and we can see the anomaly and the temperature of the seas and the level of rainfall and the impacts and the pattern of production. And now enter the final patch, the pattern of production of farmers. This is our workforce. This is a database that we built since starting in the year 2022, 2023, 2024. Based on the agricultural survey, we have 2.3 million farmers. We didn't have a database beyond this survey, and now we've built the database, and to date, it already has 2,433,000 producers or farmers. So essentially, they go to a center, they provide their information. There are 38 strategic variables that allow us to do an personalized diagnostic of each farmer and the georeference of their main farm. We know the farmer, their age, what languages they speak, if they're part of a cooperative, if they have a smartphone, what their phone number is, if they have an email, if they have ownership of the land, what are they growing, how many hectares, what animals they have. So here we have a diagnostic tool, basically highly valuable information, which since it's georeferenced, it allows us to do an analysis and a smart focus on resources. This database has a platform which is called the Observatory, which is a GeoVisor, which allows me to query where are farmers in this region, the coffee farmers, who are women who produce organic coffee and who have a mobile phone. And I'll immediately get a list. But since this platform will interact with the pertinent authorities, such as the National Forestry Service, Agrobanco, Innovation Institute, each one of these authorities will have their own platform, but they will also be linked with their own databases. So by the year 2025, we will have the farmers with a database in real time that is interoperable. I can query a product and I will know that this farmer, all of its characteristics, but I will also know if, how much they have with Agrobanco, their seeds, etc. And this is a platform. You can see here, for example, an example from Coffee Farmer. I can zoom in and click on an individual farmer and learn about his information, or go down to a district level by pressing the buttons on the right side, the ones that are in black in the little square, and I can look at all of the information, non-nominal for public institutions at least. An uninteresting thing is that once I use the platform and I select and focus on a certain profile of farmers, the authorities will be able to write messages and send messages to the farmers through their mobile phone. They'll be able to offer campaigns for ownership of land, certified seed, strategic information for the farmers in the field. And an important thing is that last year we did a survey, and the level of penetration of mobile usage is very important, not necessarily on the farm, but definitely in the towns. And we're there to complement to this process we have developed. It allows to develop public policies. This is a bond that we created for drought, and this information from the database allowed to focus on the areas that were most impacted by the drought, and we assess this by satellite imagery through the level of foliage coverage, the rainfall. And in these areas, we focused our efforts, and this allowed, after people collected this subsidy, we notified people through their mobile phones, and it covered in 4 months. Previously, the poverty levels were very high, and this really allowed to decrease them. And it closed with the digital identity of farmers. In 1 or 2 weeks, we will be officially launching this application, keeping in mind that we have 1.9 million of mobile numbers from the farmers in the database. That includes the information for the farmer, the economic assessment, and the livestock as assets, because the farmer has assets in the field, but it's not visible. By being able to adding value, they'll be able to ask for credits. They'll be able to alert risks, notify pests, diseases. We already have a first version, and which we will inaugurate in 1 or 2 weeks. And it encompasses the following. It has the digital identity of the farmer. He will georeference his plot of land. He will be able to look at the chlorophyll level through satellite imagery. It has a button. If the river overflows, he has a button that says disaster. He clicks on it. There's a drop-down menu. He picks the plot of land. He presses the button, and this is immediately sent to our control, and it applies the agriculture insurance. We will provide also weather forecasts, weather alerts. For example, we, just like Chile and Argentina, are subject to frost events. And so we will be notified, and the people who are located within that area will receive a message. There might be a freeze over in the morning, so take action. And if they can't do anything about it, they can apply the insurance. The same with health problems. The last year we had bird flu going on, and farmers who were within the area would receive a notification. Then we will develop a platform for grazelands so that farmers can move their livestock, because sometimes animals starve to death. And so the idea is for the farmers to be able to bring their cattle where there is food and water. We will offer seeds. We can do all sorts of surveys. I want to do a survey among coffee producers in a given area. I can do it through the mobile phone. The topic of public purchases, the listing of products, agro-rural, information on the prices. It's important for a farmer who's going to harvest to know of his prices on the wholesale so that he can negotiate with the broker, because otherwise they just eat him alive and pay him just peanuts. So this information is vital for farmers. We also are going to focus. We have an account in the Bank of the Nation with this ID number. We're discussing with the bank to make it more agile through this platform of digital identity. Agrobanco also will be able to assign credit by looking at the information for the farmer. And we have a platform called Ready Agro, where we do training. We created awareness through the internet, but based on the farmer's profile, they will receive multiple types of training. And finally, we will do Midagri ChatGPT so that farmers can ask any question they want through their mobile phone. And here I'm closing. We have to close. Yes, just 2 minutes more. I will finish. The countries that are participating more, we are with the topic of the European Union. The application from the authority does geo-reference so that you can create this certificate for deforestation. And in this way, we can allow to Europe to wake. This is our control center where we have all of the information. And finally, the thing that we managed to make progress throughout these years are been made possible through international cooperation and all of the institutions that support us, because they see that the financing that they offer is materialized on topics that are completely practical. That'll be all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cesar. Very interesting presentation. A round of applause for all 4 panelists. We're falling a bit behind, but my understanding is that we have 10 minutes before the coffee break to ask a couple of questions that we want you to answer, and then we'll grant you the floor so that you can ask a few questions for the lecturers.
Bueno, en cuanto esta es una pregunta en el mente para las AgTechs.
This is a question for the AgTechs specifically for the AgTechs present here today. And you can pick up to 3 answers. There's a code if you want to open on your phones, or you can enter Menti's website and you can use the code up there. And we have 10 minutes for questions for panelists who just presented. In terms, as far as AgTechs answered the surveys, we will then open a space for discussion on the results of this survey.
Entonces, le ofrecemos la palabra a ver si
So,
tienen alguna
we
pregunta
offer you
para nuestros expositores, antes de
the floor if
continuar.
you have any questions for the lecturers before the coffee break.
A ver,
Let's see.
por allá.
Sí, pues muchas gracias y buenos
Thank you
días.
very much.
Enhorabuena por las 2 sesiones muy
Thank you for the 2
interesantes.
sessions, so
Bueno, tenemos un
interesting.
panorama, ¿no? de cómo están las políticas públicas apoyando
We have the
la
landscape of
digitalización
public
en el agro. A mí
policy
me gustaría
applying
hacer,
digitalization in the agricultural realm.
una
I would
reflexión
like to
acerca
reflect
de los
on
elementos que
the
creo que en el
elements
caso de las
which I
políticas europeas
believe
y
that
del
in terms
caso
of
español
European
también, lo que se ha
policy
planteado
and
por
the
parte
case of
del
Spain, what's
Ministerio,
been proposed by the
que han
ministry,
permitido
which
lograr
have
avances
allowed to see
y que van
some
más allá
progress and
de los
which
fondos que se han
go
dedicado.
beyond the
Es verdad que
allotted
disponer de
funds.
fondos es importante,
To have funds
pero
is
creo también que la
important,
forma de hacer
but
política
I
es
believe that
fundamental.
the way in
Entonces,
which we do
a
politics is
veces
important as
la
well.
cantidad, ¿no? de
Sometimes
presupuesto,
the
pues
amount of
creo
budget, I
que
believe,
tapa, ¿no? Algunas de las cosas que se han
that it
hecho bien, aunque
covers a
quedan
few
todavía
of the
muchas cosas
things
por
that were
mejorar.
done well or
Yo
the things
destacaría
that
un
still need
elemento
to
que
improve.
lo ha
I would
señalado
highlight
Mónica al
an
principio,
implement
que
that
la
was
coordinación
pointed out by
de
Monica at the
políticas es la
beginning,
clave
the coordination
ahora
of
mismo
policy.
para
I think that the key
digitalización
right now
que
for
tenemos entre las
agricultural
políticas europeas
digitalization to be
es
at the
que
forefront
ha
of
puesto
European
claro la
agriculture
coordinación de la
is
política de
to bet
investigación,
clearly
la
on
política de
research
innovación, la
policies,
política agraria, la
innovation
política
policies,
rural, la
agricultural
política
policies,
digital,
rural policy, digital
todas las
policies,
políticas
all of the
coordinadas
policies that are
para apoyar la
coordinated to
digitalización en el
support
agro.
the
Esa
digitalization in the
coordinación de
agricultural world.
política
So
ha
this
costado, pero creo que es un
coordination of policies has
elemento
been difficult, but I think it's
importante,
an
¿no? A la
important
hora
element when we
de destacar.
are
En
highlighting this.
segundo lugar,
The second place
también
is
lo ha señalado Mike
that
en
this one
relación con
also
esto
been pointed out by Mike
en su presentación.
in her presentation. I
Los
think
decisores de
that
política han identificado la
decision makers
urgencia
have
de
identified
mejorar
the urgency, the
sobre
need to
todo la
act, and the
necesidad
need
de
especially
entender la
to
realidad y
understand the
especificidad del
reality
agro para
and
su
the specific
digitalización. No
needs
estamos
of the
hablando de un sector
agricultural
que se
realm. We're not
digitaliza como
talking
otros
about
sectores,
the sector that
a la vista
becomes
está,
digital like
y
any
eso ha
other
sido
sector. This
entendido
is
por parte
plain to
de los
see,
decisores
and this
políticos. Y ahí,
has
bueno,
been
pues
seen and
ese orden de
identified by
políticas se han
decision makers.
implicado
And in
muchos
designing
actores a través
policies,
de sus
they've
grupos focales,
involved
¿no? que han
many
identificado
stakeholders and
la
focal
subestructura para el
groups
diseño de la
that
estrategia.
subdirector for the design of the strategy has identified. Another very important element, which I think
el máximo valor en el
has
caso de
the
esas políticas
most
públicas es
value in the
cómo
case
esas
of
políticas
public
públicas
policy And it's how these public policies have acted as facilitators for cooperation among universities and research centers, companies, financial institutions. This has been promoted by public policy. And I think that this has an important level of value. And this is the operational groups. That's what the deputy director was mentioning. This is really originating from that policy or from the Digital Innovation Hub. And finally, I believe that the policies for digital transformation in the case of Spain made an important effort not to focus on technology, but rather they placed a focus on those obstacles that were making difficult digital transformation. The need to include young people in the sector, training, connectivity, creating data spaces. So I think that by placing focus on obstacles more than technology itself is one of the elements that I value in the political decisions implemented in the case of Spain. And it's true that the funds help, but also the way in which policy is developed has its own value. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very pertinent comment. Let's see over there.
Buenos días, soy Michael Mancilla de
Good morning. My name
Argentina.
is Michael Mancilla from Argentina, from a venture capital fund for farmers.
A mí lo que me parece importante
What I think is important
es tener en claro
is to
para arrancar cualquier de
keep
esta-
in mind,
de
number
esta
one,
conversación es el alto impacto
is
que
the
tienen
high
las tecnologías,
impact that
no solamente
technologies
en
have,
agricultura.
which is not
Estamos
just in
hablando de seguridad
agriculture.
alimentaria por
We're
un lado y
talking
sobre
about
todo
food
el cambio
security on one
climático, una de
hand
las
side
principales
and
problemáticas
climate
que
change
tenemos de humanidad,
mitigation, two problems that
para
humanity has,
países
blights on humanity.
como,
And for
como los de
countries
América,
like
esto
those
es
in the
totalmente
Americas,
estratégico,
this
digamos.
is completely
Arranco por
strategic.
esto porque me parece
I'll start with
importante
this
agricultura,
because
es
I don't think
economía, es
it's
ambiente,
just
infraestructura,
agriculture,
son un
it's
montón de
economy, it's the
áreas
environment, it's
implicadas
infrastructure.
en esto.
It encompasses many different areas.
Después estamos en la región
Then
que tiene más agua dulce
we
per
are
cápita,
the region with the greatest number of
mayor
fresh
tierra
water per capita,
cultivable per cápita,
the
y que vamos a exportar más
greatest
cantidad de
number
alimentos,
of
en
farming
donde
land per
las
capita,
tecnologías
where
también agregan
technologies
ventajas
would be
competitivas y las
adding
ventajas
competitive
comparativas que tenemos.
advantages to the comparative
Y
advantages
además
we
porque
have.
tenemos,
And in addition, because we have,
o sea, pensemos también el rol de la
let's
actividad
also
privada,
think
o sea,
about the role of private
es el interés
activity.
público, pero
It's
el rol de
public
la actividad
interest, but
privada
the
para
role
esto
of
es fundamental. Todas las
private
empresas
activity for this is
tecnológicas más
fundamental.
grandes de
All the
cualquiera de
largest
los sectores de la
technology
economía
companies from any sectors
son
of the
empresas
economy
del
are
conocimiento
companies of knowledge.
y en la agricultura,
And in
en el
agriculture,
caso de América Latina,
in the case of Latin America
la importancia
mainly,
que tienen en la economía
the
y en la
importance they
generación de
have
empleo
on the
también es
economy and the
fundamental.
generation of employment is fundamental.
Yo creo que
So
siempre
I think
considerar
that
que no es solamente
we
una
always
cuestión
need
de
to consider that
agricultura,
it's not always
sino que
just a matter of
también
agriculture
impacta en
itself,
todos los
but that
sectores
it
de la
has an
economía.
impact on all the sectors of the economy.
Y lo segundo es
And in
pensar
second instance, we need to
qué se
envision
necesita para el
what
desarrollo
we
de
need
tecnología y
for
cuál
the
es el rol
development
del
of
Estado.
technology and what is the
Para el
role of the
desarrollo
state.
de tecnologías
For
es
the development
importante
of technologies,
cultura
it's
emprendedora,
important. An
cultura
entrepreneurial
inversora,
culture,
cultura de la
an
innovación
investment
y de
culture, an
inovación,
innovation
etcétera.
culture, and the
Y
development of
muchas veces
ecosystem.
yo creo que
And
cometemos el error
oftentimes
de
we make the
pensar
mistake
de que
of
esto
thinking
tiene que
that
ser
this needs to be
políticas de Estado solamente
state policy
para impulsar determinadas
just to
tecnologías
promote certain technologies.
y que esto ocurre de forma lineal
And
desde
this
la ciencia,
happens
la
in a
tecnología,
linear
de los
fashion from
emprendedores a la
science,
sociedad,
technologies,
al
entrepreneurs,
mercado.
all the way until they
Y
make
yo
it to
creo que es
market.
necesario trabajar en
And I
tres
think it's not
dimensiones. O
necessary.
sea,
I think we need to work in
¿cuál es el
three
rol
different
de los
dimensions.
emprendedores que puede
What
aportar
is the
en
role of
la
entrepreneurs
cultura emprendedora?
that
Bueno, desde
they
ya
can
fomentar las
promote to
universidades, los
entrepreneurial
espacios
culture?
que hacen a la formación de emprendedores.
Universities,
Muchas
the
veces
spaces to create
estados que
entrepreneurs.
forman
Oftentimes
mano de
we
obra
have
calificada, universidades que forman mano de obra
university
calificada y
who
no
train
necesariamente con formación
skilled labor,
emprendedora.
but not
Pero
necessarily with an entrepreneurial vision, and especially not
después, todo el
from an
trabajo de company
interdisciplinary
builder y
perspective.
de
Then
incubación de
the whole
proyectos en los
aspect
cuales
of company
trabajar.
builder.
En este caso hay bastantes
In this
iniciativas,
case, there are
conozco
plenty of
de países que
initiatives.
son
I
muy
know of
importantes.
several countries, and this is very
Y
important.
lo otro que
Another important
diría que es el
thing that
principal
I
déficit
think
que
is the
tenemos en la
main
región
gap I
es el
see in the
acceso al
region
financiamiento.
is access to financing.
Lo dijo
This was mentioned by Monica. 2% would solve a great part of the investment needs. In Argentina, 1% of the production of agricultural and livestock would cover all of the deficit of financing by the 400 AgTechs in the country. And still, not even a tenth of that part is assigned. So for this, we need training for angel investors and to promote an open culture of innovation among companies. So we need to ask several of the startups located here, do you know of the large amount, the great difficulties you have in order to validate technologies promptly, but especially with the market, not just with the scientific technology side, it's the market. Most startups have these models, and those who have a B2C model, oftentimes the best driver to favor the implementation of technology are the companies who provide services, who trade in supplies, for example. And the third, last but not least, is that in the development of ecosystems, in order to foster investment, we also have to think in strategies that provide fiscal benefits to those who invest in these types of developments. This is justifiable from the side of the impact. We have certain laws, and we have to look to another development fund that encompasses other sectors of the economy. And finally, the development of ecosystems. These types of forums where you do a link between regional ecosystems, they often don't occur in a single state. Brazil has a very important policy along these lines, but the generation of these systems and all of this networking that occurs around it is what facilitates or accelerates things happening. So the commitment by the states, but at the national level, state level, with this type of policies, I think can help a lot, but without losing sight of the fact that economy and knowledge comes from the private sector, and the state is a facilitator. I can't envision Uber or Amazon created by someone within the state or from the realm of public policy. So that's really what I think is important to keep in mind. Thank you very much.
Gracias por tu comentario.
Thank you for your comment, for your 4 comments. Are there any other questions for the lecturers? Any comments you want to make? Over there?
Me dicen que esta sería la última
I'm told
pregunta.
that this would be the last question. Good morning.
Mitra, de Honduras.
I'm coming from Honduras, and I'll be brief. Oftentimes when we work in innovation, we are disruptive. And so often there's creative disruption. People say the future is automation, and this will take away all our employment, all our labor. So from the public policy, how do we do creative exception? I'll give you a funny example from my country. The press used to say that in Honduras, there are no longer any mariachi. In Honduras, there are streets where there are a lot of mariachi. But because of Spotify, Bluetooth, and devices, there are no longer any mariachis on the street. So that's an example. I was expecting you to laugh, but from the public policy perspective, how do we do creative exceptions? But how also, from the public policy side, going back to a very interesting topic, generally what creates change is at critical times to create drastic changes. So how public policy can catalyze during these critical times the changes for trends. So these would be the 2 questions.
Muchísimas gracias. Oye, bueno.
Thank you very much. Apparently, we're out of time, so there are no more questions. I just want to thank our speakers who are still with us. It's been very interesting. Each case, there's no more time for further comments, but I think they do illustrate what's happening. And Because of time, I just want to thank Maria Teresa, Pedro, Rodrigo, and Cesar. And now I give the floor to Alice. I don't know who's going to entertain the questions we had. And thank you very much for your presentations.
Bueno, voy a mostrar los
I'll
resultados de la
show
encuesta,
the
pero
results
antes
of the
de eso,
survey.
si algunos de
But
los
before that,
ponentes
if any of the
aún están en línea y
speakers
quieren
are
hacer un
still
comentario final,
online, or if you have any
cada uno de los
final
comentarios
comment or to
que se hagan
answer
aquí son muy
any of the
bienvenidos.
questions, you're also
No puedo ver si
you can also do so.
todavía están.
I don't know if you're
No.
still online. No, they are not.
Bueno, entonces en este caso, muchas
So in this
gracias
case, well, thank you very
a,
much,
a los ponentes por sus
all the
presentaciones.
speakers
Y
for
ahora vamos
their
a los
presentations.
resultados.
And now we'll show the results of the survey.
Está cerrada.
And
23
it's
personas
23
contestaron y
completed the survey,
una cantidad
and
significante
a significant
contestaron
amount
que
answered. 29%
contestaron que
answered
ninguna
that
política o
no
programa de apoyo
policy or
ha
support
influido significativamente
program
en el
has
desarrollo de mi
influenced the
emprendimiento.
development of my performance. That's a
Y,
lot.
14%
And 14%
contestado
answered
en relación al
regarding
acceso a
access to
financiamiento,
financing.
las políticas y programas de
Policies,
apoyo
support
han
policies and
facilitado la
programs have
inversión en
facilitated the
investigación y
investment in
desarrollo
research
de
and
nuevas
development
tecnologías.
and new
Y por
technologies.
fin,
And
10%
finally,
han
10%
contestado
answered
las políticas y
that
programas
policies
facilitaron
or
la
programs
validación de
facilitated
nuestra propuesta,
the
el
validation
acceso a
of our
redes
proposal,
internacionales,
access to international
instituciones
networks,
científicas,
scientific institutions,
y etcétera.
so on and so forth.
Entonces, no tenemos mucho
So we
tiempo
don't
ahora
have
para
a lot of time
para
now
dar el espacio
to
para que las AgTechs
provide
comiencen
this
a
opportunity for
sus
AgTechs
impresiones
to
acerca de las políticas
give
que
their
tuvieron acceso o no,
comments on
pero
if the
guardaremos los
policies and programs
resultados
had
para trabajos futuros.
successful. We'll save these results for future work. And we end here. And two things regarding the survey, as Ali said, we're not going to discuss that, but it's a very important input, and there are more answers. There are more AgTechs in the room, so I encourage those who didn't complete the survey to do so. You can still complete the survey. 29% said no, but 71% yes. So percentages, well, there were 3 options per person. So I think there are some interesting things of what has been significant as far as policies and the progress and development of your entrepreneurship. So we'll end here, and now we'll have our coffee. We're 10 minutes behind, so we'll have to shorten. We're going downstairs as yesterday. So we'll return at 10:50 for the next block before lunch. Thank you.
Bueno, Les pido si nos sentamos así, iniciamos con
If
esta segunda
you, I
parte de
ask
la
you if you can
mañana.
please take a seat and
Voy a
let's
dar
continue.
el espacio al
I'm going to leave a space for the panel and Lizzie, who's the moderator. Just one thing, those who have to give a presentation during lunch, if you can please give Katharina in the back, give her your presentation. If you have not done so, in the back is Katharina, if you have a presentation for lunch. Let's continue.
Bueno, hola a todos.
Hello,
Volvemos.
we're all back.
Bueno, este es el
All
último
right, so this
bloque
is the last block
de la sesión de
of a
políticas
session on public
en lo cual
policies,
abordaremos un poco
which
de la
where we'll
articulación
speak about the
público-privada para la
articulation, public-private
digitalización en la
articulation for
Y,
digitalization in agriculture.
bueno, proponemos
And we
a los
propose
ponentes
to the
las siguientes
speakers the
preguntas
following
La primera,
questions.
¿qué papel
The
y
first one, what role do you see for public-private partnerships in advancing agro-technologies? Do you think it's important to have coordination tables and working agendas? And if that's the case, can you refer to a public-private project in which your organization has participated and which have been the results? And now I give the floor to Ayrton Usame. He's head of the Service of Innovation Environment in the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil, and also he's part of the agro-digital transformation in Brazil. Ayrton, the floor is yours.
Ayrton? Você está mutado.
Ayrton?
Oi, me escutam?
Sim, sim. Podemos te escutar.
I do apologize.
Posso falar
We can hear you now.
Sim, pode
Can I
falar
speak
em
Portuguese, right?
português,
Yes.
tem
Yes,
tradução
you can.
simultânea.
Boa tarde. É prazer.
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to participate in this Digital Agriculture Week and a symposium on public policies for digital agri-food digitalization, especially in this panel on the innovation system of other countries like Colombia, Chile, and Argentina, and to share the experiences of our companies and public-private for digitization of agriculture.
Me propuseram duas perguntas, na verdade são três.
I was given two questions for this presentation, which I'll respond. The role of public-private partnerships in agro-technology innovation, and we consider
Consideramos que parcerias públicas privadas são cruciais para o
we
avanço
consider public-private partnerships are crucial for the technological advancement of the agro sector, for it allows combination of public resources and private expertise to resolve complex issues. There are some core matters in innovation on technical support, access to new technologies, implementation of pilot projects, and strategies to strengthen local ecosystem. I do apologize. Audio is not very clear. It's cutting off. The other question is it important to have a coordination table or working table? Yes, it is. An agenda and working table is core for the good governance of public-private projects. For it ensure support of the organizations involved, the map of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, of sectorial chambers linked to thematic tables of agribusiness, or linked to the National Council on Agro Policies, CNPA of Brazil. And it's important to discuss or to involve the society in consultation with the objective of supporting political policies and programs to strengthen agro sector and subsidy proposals for public policies of agro enterprise. Ayrton, I think we're having an issue. We can see your screen, but not the presentation. I think you're not sharing your presentation. I thought I was sharing my screen.
E agora?
Agora sim, agora sim.
How about now?
Você quer que eu comece de novo?
Would you like for me to start? No, just continue.
Bom, as câmaras setoriais.
So these sector tables on digital innovation are composed by 65 entities, including federal government, representative of innovation ecosystems, digital transformation, agro, startups, suppliers, agro industry, and export.
Anteriormente, a discussão são lastreadas.
Previously, the discussion on the creation of a digital transformation, entrepreneurship, cooperativism, and research-based, access-based, the governance of our digital innovation secretariat. And the chamber contains technical working groups to map these public-private projects. And we are based on sustainability in digital, open innovation, and food tech. As part of this chamber, we have the technical professional training group of labor as well as professional training. And it is about integrating new skills depending on market demand in the agro sector. We also have the GPT-2, or connectivity in rural areas. In Brazil, in rural areas, 70% of homes are connected, but in rural areas, only 28%. City and rural. So our groups requires a mechanism to expand quality connectivity according to demand and through public policies and through partnerships. The third group is strengthening regional ecosystems, and that is the need to offer ecosystems for these 27 states, topics on training to strengthen agro innovation systems, favoring new business, promoting economic growth and competitiveness in Brazil and abroad. We also have a technical group on innovation and finance, which became a thematic commission. GTT5 speaks about productive change technology, talking about digital transformation and innovation in productive chains of agro. We also have Group 6, which is GTT6, new business models for data banks, data generation. And Group 7, food tech, is the newest one, and this refers to modern ingredients, new technology processes, superfoods, and condiments and other things. And these are divided in 5 groups in the market: science and technology, investment, regulations, and people. And here you can see the ecosystems we have designated in this map by state, where we seek to empower and strengthen the ecosystems, state ecosystems. And this, it takes us to the third question, which is regarding specific public-private projects we have participated in and which have been the outcomes. Well, I'll speak about one. We had, as you can see on screen, a technical cooperation agreement with the Brazilian Agency on Industrial Development. So what was proposed is the objective to select pilot projects for the adoption of technologies in agribusiness with cooperatives, associations of agro-industry focus on increasing productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. The objective of this agreement was to execute actions, adoption, dissemination of digital technologies, and to identify models on technological innovation to be executed in agro-industrial areas to promote productive development and innovation, focus on increasing efficiency of productivity and reduction of cost in agro businesses. And 1 million reales was the prize that was given to the winner. That was all in my part, and I end here. And the map shows the development and progress to generate wealth and income in rural areas, especially with innovation and transformation of agro. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ayrton. We know that the chamber is very interesting, very important in the map. So thank you very much for showing us this landscape of the different thematics that are being discussed. And now, Quinoy Zapata, she's online. She's the executive president of the Colombian Chamber of Electronic Trade. Maria, you have the floor. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. I wanted to validate, see if you have the presentation, or should I share my screen? If you could share your screen, please. I can see the dynamic is to answer the 3 questions in one intervention. That's what I take. Yes, exactly. You have 10 minutes. Perfect.
Ya están viendo la presentación, ¿verdad?
Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Perfect. So a bit of what we'll cover here is to understand the agro sector in Colombia, to summarize what's the contribution of the agro sector in Colombia and why it's core before the implementation of the digital technologies to have this in the sector. It's very clear that with the public-private partnerships, which is the only route we see in our association to be able to reach or to attain this penetration of digital schemes in Colombian agro. There's no other way. It should be an articulation between the public and private sector to be able to work on this. In the third point, we have worked from our association a collaboration model, not yet public-private, but with the idea for it to become that. Because as we'll see, the possibilities to have a greater scope will depend on the state participating in this working route. So to better understand what has been the value delivered by Colombian agro to national economy, here you can see a growth table annual, based on the same, compared to the same period in 2023, contribution of agriculture, livestock, fisheries grew at 10.2% compared to GDP, which was 2%. So this tells us that evidently there's a very important growth in the national economy related to a primary sector growth. The growth is mainly by temporary agro crops. Coffee, permanent coffee is something that's very important, and livestock farming, without a doubt, is a very important contribution in this behavior. Why do we see public-private partnerships as a core element for innovation in the agro sector? Well, the first thing is that we consider it's key collaboration based on sharing that technical knowledge, which has the capacity to have the private sector included in the research that is done in any depth that we can have in any niche, and be able to share that with the knowledge of the state, of the priorities that, according to certain plans, is established to define this in agro. So in the current government, what we see with the National Development Plan, which is the articulated route that is defined every 4 years in each government, it establishes agro as a driver of a Colombian economy. But in contrast with that, we have the reality of Colombian agro sector as far as digitalization and financial inclusion gaps that make very complex the implementation of innovation routes in agro, which make necessary and to make it more competitive and to generate a chain that has been hindered between the final user. And this poses a number of challenges that must be articulated in a public-private manner, closing the productivity gaps in agro and rural. We have a connectivity gap to have 30% of our public connected, and 70% has no connection. In urban territory, it's the opposite. So if this first axis is based on connectivity, it's no less important to understand that digital ownership is core, because if you don't understand how to use the tools, productivity alone is not enough. Public-private partnerships also deliver understanding of stability of these initiatives. In other words, to incorporate these initiatives in the government plans and go beyond with just plans of the private sector, and this will give a possibility of continuity and provide a route that give ownership to the farmer. We believe this is core to integrate technological solutions in the agro sector that can be scaled up and taken throughout the national territory in a much more sustainable way, and have shared investment, public investment in things related to closing gaps in connectivity will be core, but it's not enough. There also should be articulation of actions with the investment made by the private sector in infrastructure to provide technological innovation for business models, to generate plans for new business models that can influence these benefits, of course, based on the enablers that the state gives in its development of public policies. What we have seen is that in the public-private sector can act in the capacity the state has, that it should make investments to these investments in which the private sector is not necessarily forced to do this, but once there's the progress of the state, they can reach places where initially they wouldn't think of because of business profits. So that interdependent route is favorable to close these gaps. And in the agro sector specifically, it's even more important because it combines topics related to operational efficiency, economic efficiency, innovation, and understanding of business model delivered by the private sector based on an environment generated or fostered by the enabling projects given by the state. Therefore, we think it's fundamental to implement these initiatives together with the state. An example of this is this program productive territories. In collaboration with Coltabaco, it's also an association. They had an investment of over 1.2 billion pesos to benefit 43 families. We can see that based on a joint route of work with the Ministry of Agriculture of Colombia, the Rural Development Agency, and Coltabaco, they're able to achieve this synergy that allows to generate a joint working path. What have we done in the Chamber of Electronic Trade? Well, the Chamber is an association that is completely private, in charge of contributing a favorable environment in the value chain of electronic trade. And the main purpose is that electronic trade is a channel and allows to deliver in macroeconomic terms to the country a number of benefits that from Canal's sampling cannot do completely by itself. And which are those macroeconomic benefits? Electronic trade, by generating a digital ownership in these negotiations, it allows people to achieve digital ownership, to include this in their daily life, for digitization, to include them financially, because they start using payment instruments they have available, which currently are not generating traceability of their movements, because these are instruments that are not used in their daily living. It's for you to understand the context. Colombia had 96% of its population in banking system with payment instruments they can use for payment, but they have no way to use it. This means that they have no way to deliver the financial system trace on their behaviors. Therefore, they don't have access to loans. And access to loans in Colombia is only at 35%. There's clearly a gap between the bank use and access to loans. Is provided by the possibility of having digital trade to reach all productive areas in the countries in this digital environment. So based on this, the Chamber has been working together with a Cuban program called Just Online Agro,
which is a program specifically designed for farmers to be able to digitalize and sell in a digital fashion for their products, but under the understanding that they will truly leverage their digital skills above and beyond just selling the product through a third party digitally. The idea is for them to understand how the digital world works and how to incorporate these the digital dynamics to productivity. So as I was mentioning, it's an alliance that we've established from the Chamber with one of our allies in this project. And it's an alliance for the training of the farmers. And it seeks to deliver educational content and clear tools, actionable tools, in an immediate fashion to strengthen the productive capacity of farmers. And it goes aligned with the deployment of the whole value chain from the perspective of digital industry and from the perspective of agriculture. So explain to them how e-trade works, how they can give visibility to their business, how they can build lasting alliances, and how they can sell online. The goals of this program are to train by creating digital literacy among farmers concerning the various technologies available, the different business models that exist on the market, which are not the same for every project nor for every market segment, and deliver tools that can allow them to enhance their productivity. The platform also help connect and communicate among the various links in the value chain, because we have georeferencing of the various productions of products occurring countrywide, which allows transformers contact farmers which before were not part of their geographic realm, and based on this georeferencing they can generate a greater productive capacity. Give visibility, of course. In the platform we seek to equip them with a tool to create visibility and to inform about specific products. And there's another fundamental element which has been very pertinent in the deployment of our effort, which is to identify success stories among farmers. It's important to have a reference point, that this is not just an empty promise, that this really will deliver them tools to enhance their productivity. So success stories are important. It's been challenging. We've had these results, and it's been thanks to these variables in terms of the country where we don't have fully enabled, for example, the topic of connectivity, and we have had connectivity efforts at the level of the chamber. All of the literacy routes also entail an additional effort. If we had a public-private partnership along these lines, we would have a greater level of deployment and capacity and more solidity and a greater capability to scale up. This has only been executed this year. This was envisioned almost 3 years ago, but it faced many challenges in light of identifying the type of investments that we needed to reach the territory. We did a very similar initiative for SMEs. We gave all of the content online. But for the agricultural realm, it was impossible. We had to do it in the territories. For example, that would enable the increase in the scope. But we went out there alone without the support from the state. And throughout this year, we've executed this project. We've had more than 210 in-person workshops, 160 municipalities involved. In Colombia, we have almost 1,100 municipalities. So to have had such an impact in one single year, and 7,400 persons have benefited from the program. This is more or less what we wanted to tell you about today, about what we do at the Colombian Chamber of Electronic Trade to develop a joint collaboration route. And our forecast is that we can do it hand in hand with the state in order to have an impact on digitalization for one of the starring activities in the Colombian community. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for this overview of the public-private partnerships in Colombia, which are particularly important for us. It's important for us to have this perspective of the actions taken by an association that is completely private. So thank you very much. And now the floor is up to Francisco Aboruaga, who is the chair of the Directorate of the Chamber of AgTech in Chile, in charge of promoting technology innovation in the agricultural sector. Thank you very much, Alice. And thanks to AICA, to ACLAC, and everyone else who made this event a reality. Is my presentation already on screen? Hopefully it is already. Yes, okay. I've been an entrepreneur for 8 years. I'm an entrepreneur from the AgTech world. And for the past 2 years, and aside from the AgTech Chile Association, which is an association that encompasses all of the agricultural startups in Chile, providing innovation services and technology services to farmers. That's the general requirement. So, in my presentation in particular, the idea is to give you a little bit of a background of what AgTech is all about in general terms, and then we want to tell you how we have been working with the public sector for the past 2 years.
¿Pasa? ¿No pasa? Sí. Ya. ¿Está ok? Ok, bueno, partiendo un poco por AgTech. AgTech nació en 2023.
Let's start with AgTech. We were founded in 2023 by a group of startups that were working in the technology sector. We identified an important need to cooperate and to start doing things to drive forth and increase the speed of the penetration of technology in agricultural realms. We identified the fact that startups in general, we need fast growth in order to achieve financing, in order to finance the technology development that occurs behind the scenes. And the agricultural realm has unique features that make this difficult, make it difficult to find investment, make it difficult to achieve these multiplying factors that attract venture capitals. And we saw that the opportunity was in driving forth together initiatives that would speed up the penetration of these technologies. Very well. AgTech currently is close to encompassing 150 startups that are providing technology services in the field. There's only a single group of them here on screen. We were surprised by how quickly AgTech grew. This was based, essentially started with a group of 10 companies. over some pizza and a couple of beers, just having a conversation. We identified lots of problems and challenges, which we were all fighting along our own fronts individually, and which it was very difficult to really make progress on. And there was a possibility to cooperate on these things to move the needle in the direction that we needed together. So, perfect. Very well. So, how is AgTech Chile born? It was born as an initiative to start driving forward cooperation initiatives. Next slide, please. Now, based on these 5 challenges, through these conversations, we identified the main challenges for a startup in order to grow fast. Number 1, main challenge is difficult to access the end users. It's very hard to access the farmers. Digital channels, as many of you know, it's hard to generate an impact, like as in other industries. You need to really go out on site to the field, help farmers to close business. And that's sometimes difficult to scale up. It's very expensive for a company as well. Not just in Chile. We estimate each field trip is $150 a day, at least. And this essentially doesn't need the companies to scale up as needed. And so we need to find a way how to reach out to many farmers faster, easier, and cheaper. Also, another issue is generating trust. Farmers often have friction with technology. They don't want to change the way they've been working for a long time. And so we need to little by little start generating more trust in the agrotech sector. There was a very low rate of technology implementation. Again, there's issues with connectivity, digitalization, if we want to offer more sophisticated services. There was also long testing cycle. This made it difficult to grow fast. A sale for a company that harvests cherries, for example, if I can't close with a client in October or this month, then I lose that client, and then I have to wait until next year to sell to them. And that makes that the sales cycle extremely slow. And all of this together makes the growth of a startup be slow and makes it so that financing is hard to obtain. So these were challenges that essentially could not be covered by a startup. And it was essentially to make a joint effort to try to tackle these issues. Next slide, please. So based on this, AgTech was born. It was established in December of 2023 officially, and we've seen how cooperation on simple things like, for example, just getting startups to know each other, just from something like refer a customer to each other, like you introduce a customer to me, I introduce a customer to you, makes it easier to obtain customers, makes it easy to penetrate with technology, and it also leads to other initiatives that speed up the spinning of the wheel. Next slide, please. And this too required of alliances with existing institutions. AgTech was born very quickly, but it was born and grew promptly because it was based on efforts that were being done for years in the industry. All of these organizations right here. Here it's what INEA, FIA, the University of Talca, they've already been creating a detailed diagnostic. We leveraged this and we started working on strong foundations instead of starting from scratch. And this supported greatly the fast growth of AgTech. Many of these interactions were also with the private sector, not just the public sector. Also, we spoke with many embassies at the Latin American level, many institutions in Chile, government institutions which it was very hard to reach out to them individually. A company on its own, my company, and many of the other companies had tried to start processes to cooperate with institutions. And it took a long time. It took a long time to generate the trust, to break down the bureaucratic barrier. And from AgRoTech, which is more general association that encompassed all of the interests of the industry, things moved much faster. So this is just to show what we have achieved in such a short front time, a few months of operation. Now, moving on specifically to public-private partnerships and how they've started to work, yes. First of all, sharing diagnostics. Here, what we saw is, we've heard a lot about this, but I remember something that was mentioned yesterday. Why? Over 20 years, things had not progressed. Well, mainly, we noticed that everything got stuck at the diagnostic stage. Many of the funds were allotted to generate diagnostics, to identify challenges, but this had already been done by many other organizations. These are efforts that were already been done by FIA, SNA. So diagnostics exist. We need to leverage those and to start from that point onward to start doing concrete initiatives that really get the wheel in motion. Market research, baselines, what challenges are there out there, what tests have been done, what tests have worked, what tests have not, and to start on these foundations. So we started on this. Then, give visibility and unify initiatives. We identified the fact that there are hundreds of programs focused on supporting farmers, from incubation programs, funds, bids, events that were being carried out throughout Chile. But startups were just looking over these. They didn't know. Maybe there was a call to action that matched what the startup was doing, but the startup was never made aware of it. So what we're doing through AgRoTech is to consolidate all of this information in a single calendar. And here we're working with Corfo, ProChile, FIA, and several international organizations so that startups don't miss out on these opportunities and so that they're aware of what is being done in several different institutions, which benefits as well Corfu, ProChile, FIA, because many of them have a difficult time reaching out to startups. So we already have integrated systems. We are also leveraging the scrapping systems to integrate with these platforms for the information to be holistically online so that there's not somebody there just filling out this calendar, but rather for it to auto-populate. And also so that startups can upload their own events to these platforms so that other platforms may participate. For example, field trips that have been incredibly useful. The startups just uploaded, they get 5, 10 startups together, they finance that field trip, and then they obtain 5 clients to close right there through this field trip. And this has been incredibly efficient. Then we need to generate opportunities for networking. Here we've also mapped all of the events, and we've been able to create innovation opportunities among the events that are already being carried out with government institutions, with public institutions. The last event, in fact, was in cooperation with AICA and with ECLAC in Chile. And essentially, we're making this available, or allowing the startups of any size to participate, so that the startup doesn't have to pay $1,500 to $1,000 a month as part of a fair to close business, but rather for them to have an environment where they can show their solution at a reasonable price. Finally, promote public initiatives. This is something that we are working on and which we believe will be fundamental. AgRoTech was born as an institution with a commercial focus. The topic of policies at the beginning seemed very far away, or there was not much of an interest in them, but we started to realize that it was necessary to have a voice in those conversations, to start driving forth, and also to give visibility on the impact that AgRoTech has on the industry in general, the social impact, the economic impact, and the whole potential that exists therein. Essentially, we're grouping all of the information, the the impact of these 150 companies in order to reach out and knock on the door of the ministries, institutions, to be able to say, this is its potential, this is what we're doing. We need to generate initiatives that go along these lines in order to reach out to a faster growth. And along these lines, we're already discussing with Corfo, the ministry, and various other institutions to guide the use of the funds. We are proposing, these are the challenges. This is the format that is useful for startups to continue growing, that is helpful for farmers to continue growing, because oftentimes there are funds that are allotted to startups, but they should go out to the farmer to hire technology and different methodologies that could be more useful than the funds that are currently being used. So we are in conversation based on that, conversations on how to regulate data usage, how to drive forward the topic of certifications that in turn can drive forward the use of technologies, establish guidelines, and also promote initiatives focused on the youth, on women, on the elderly, and not just because this can give us a better moral credit score because it's fashionable, but because rather it can generate a true impact in the trade and in the penetration of technologies. The youth will be fundamental in this process, in the incorporation of these technologies. Rural youth, women also, they play a fundamental role in agriculture. And also the elderly. In Chile, the average of farmers will be 60 plus years, and this will continue to grow. The youth continue to flee from the country, and it's important to include the elderly in this chain as well, because we need to keep growing fast. And that is in general terms. And tomorrow, with pleasure, I can tell you about how AgriTech was born and what other initiatives we're carrying out. Thank you very much. Very well, thank you very much, Francisco. Very interesting effort that you're promoting for the AgTechs in Chile. And now I want to grant the floor to Gabriela Talarico, who is the coordinator for the AgTech program for AICA Argentina. Let's try to see if we can move through these slides. Let's see if it happens or not. As Alice is saying, we come from a science and technology institution which has been doing research for 70 years with one unique feature, which is linked to the farmer, doing extension. Therefore, science understood as a way to improve the livelihood of rural populations. So from that perspective, we have experience with that joint effort and in having a direct link. But AgTechs in the digital world present a new challenge. This ecosystem, which is making progress, giant leaps forward at a speed 4 times that of regular industries, imposes a new way of establishing a dialogue. That partnership between the public and private realm is no longer an option. It's a determining factor so that these hubs worldwide, regionally and locally, can become active. If we look at the international landscape, each one of these hubs related to a company or several companies were born, or to a university or to a state. But the fundamental factor for that growth is for these 3 pillars to act permanently, cooperatively, and with a shared common goal. In seeking articulation, the National Institute for Agricultural Technology, which I represent here today, establishes permanent links with the various government authorities and with the various needs for partnership with the private sectors, whether it's directly with the companies through several different hubs or clusters, participating with private universities, public universities, and among that collective, we envisioned three strategic action pillars. The first is to strengthen the research in AgTech. The second is a key element, which is to enhance all of these aspects of 4.0 agriculture, and a third pillar, which is promoting technological implementation. We believe that as Science and Technology Institute, we need to achieve those synergies between data, innovation, and we need to be a source of services for public assets focused on data orientation, on the source of public assets available for the whole AgTech collective. That pursuit also seeks new interface for cooperation, because we had through staff or through training, we didn't have this type of training in our own institute, and that obviously requires that we have to connect constantly with others to create contact networks focused on these new emergent technologies, whether it's for drones, whether it's for AI, or remote sensing, where we have researchers that have been trained for the purposes, but we still need this to grow, and we need for these cooperations to feed into certain articulation efforts. That focus also seeks those international relationships, since nowadays science is the foundation in order to leverage these various developments. A shared or common user does not need how a given technology works. But if we do not have science, then we will not achieve that development. It is the only engine that may drive forward growth and make it change. And that is why the technology evidence foundation needs to be the grounds to enhance the innovation throughout the whole system. The complementary nature of these activities makes it so that they start feeding into new challenges, innovative products that were unknown until recently, and that through the merger of science and technology can generate new entrepreneur projects. Argentina has had a great awakening, we could call it that, of various solutions and of various technology implementations, which, according to the various surveys and monitorings today, may mean 350 or 400 or 450, I believe, but focus on the various vertical pillars. That important number of industries has allowed us to currently bring to you a few concrete examples. I don't want to spend too much time on the examples, but I do have to answer Alice's question, and I want to share with you various modalities of this public-private partnerships that we have been carrying out. There are a few which are based on the linkage and the structurization of common spaces for dialogue or for the development of products. I will go through these very quickly. Afterwards, whoever is interested in each one of these proposals, we can discuss them with in further depth with pleasure. The first pleasure refers to a national platform precisely to provide visibility to the AgTechs of Argentina, and this platform is particularly feeding into the specific participation of private companies in order to give visibility or to try to generate new markets abroad. We have a hub for livestock farming, precision livestock farming, which has been the gathering spot for the technologies, livestock technologies in Argentina, with more than 3 companies who will be doing tastings. This is a place where they can even train their own clients themselves. The idea is to keep growing with these nodes. As of right now, we can open one regardless for any kind of testing. Or another one of the initiative where the private partnership is a great stance, and the only reason for being is the creation of linkage hubs and innovation hubs, platforms for the speeding up and incubation, which play in a rank wherein private insurers are interested in that moment of pre-seed or seed, when the idea still requires a certain maturity level. And so at INTA, we've generated 2 new innovation hubs. We already had 2, one focused on inoculations and another on agri-food. And I keep my favorite, which is the need for Patagonia, because its positioning will be focused on data, traceability, and everything related to digitalization. Another modality wherein we believe that we can strengthen the links that exist with the public institutions is active participation at the regional tables, national table. AgTech is here in training or in clusters or in technology tools. That partnership, we have a seat available where we are participating actively. Michael and a few other participants from the AgTech table, Rosario is here. She's been working for 9 years. And recently, from the public institution sides, we are participating, and we believe that we have a lot of potential to cooperate therein, basing ourselves on the visions of perspective to tend to the new demands. There's also a number of province working groups with whom we are cooperating for that private working group. I wanted to tell you 2 specific success cases that are quite different from each other. One was designed to pre-pasteurize milk very cheaply for family farmers, and through a specific cooperation with a very large-scale company, is currently developing the whole module for the digitalization linked with a team that already existed. And therefore, small-scale farmers would be able to have, or they're already having, their own app for traceability of their dairy produced right here.
Now I'm going to another productive scale, and here we can introduce a joint development. It's co-designed with a company called Rosarina and a research group for measuring humidity of stored grains. The solution is being exported. It has been installed in several fields in Argentina to ensure the conditions of storage of that product. And the third point, highly necessary, because there's no technology if there are no users available and trained and enabling their use of technology. It's not about just having a phone, a cell phone, and just use 2 keys or 2 apps. Therefore, the management of enabling skills is the source through which we need to nourish from. And in these trainings, most of these are linked to the company that provides that certain service, with open access to those trainings ongoing for startups to show what they are doing. And besides that, with the participation in expos where we can join them in their presentations. I want to especially mention a program we are carrying out, specifically the last 2 years of agri-technic schools and high schools in Argentina, the last 2 years, where we provide special training for these future agro-technicians intended for the digitization process, where one of the cores of this platform is mentorship, which is dedicated exclusively to startups for them to provide training on their own products. Therefore, the training the ecosystem will allow to make more agile that digitization process, not as a fad or as something improvising, but for digital transformation to add to the productive diversification, to add to skills to the various players, to add development processes, to add better life quality, more competitiveness, and more environmental sustainability for us as well as for prosperity. Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you, Gabriela, for your inputs from Argentina. And now we come back to Chile with Francine Brossard. She's Executive Director of the Foundation for Innovation, Agro Innovation in FIA in Chile.
Sí. El momento, ese es el típico. Se comparte.
Ahora aparece.
Ahora sí. Sí. Un segundo.
¿Y el micrófono se escucha bien?
Ahí, pues lo saco. ¿Está bien? ¿Ahí? Sí, perfecto. Sí, yo lo paso. Sí. Bueno, primero que nada, saludar a todas.
First off, I want to greet everyone, and I thank AICA, and I especially thank Smart Monica, who has always promoted these topics. So I thank personally, and I'll give a presentation first to explain what we are as an institution, because it's a quite special institution. It's a private institution, but it depends on the Ministry of Agriculture. And this has its pros and cons. I would say more pros, because regarding that we have more agility in the management and a little less bureaucracy. And I'll be showing you which are the programs we are carrying out. And I'll say it the other way around. I'll show the programs we're developing and how we're incorporating digitization, technology, and information technology. And there you can see on screen an innovation agency, where in essence we support innovation in the agri-food chain and all the silvo agro sector. We have been in existence for 28 years, FIA, and I had the honor to participate from the creation of FIA. So a very important memories. Andrea speaks about 10 years, but I've been there for 28 years, Andrea. So there you can see the things that have been done, over 4,700 initiatives developed in FIA. And here, very quickly, you can see four important axes. The best known is the first one, promotion to innovate. What FIA does is open tenders in which, or where individuals and companies register, also universities, and this is an annual contest. And this year, we're about to open that contest at regional level. I am convinced that nowadays work has to be done at regional level, especially if we talk in Chile about regions that go from the desert to glaciers, where all region is a Chile. So there's a diversity of requirements of products and items. And of course, there's a lot of work for ITCs in this regard. Francisco, the other thing is financing. In financing, we have technological products that have turned out very useful, and these tours, technological tours, and these tours are held only at national level for groups of farmers to go and learn and have experience of production, of trading, of cooperatives for them to see examples of what is being done in other locations. Also, advisory. If there is any problem in a group or association of farmers, we bring them advice, either national or international, and the events, which is the result of something very important, which is to collaborate for institutions to hold seminars, to hold meetings. And in this, for recently, i.e., we had a very interesting event that we were financing agrotech in Parral, which was very successful, and everything related to training. And here, I'll go into further detail on these Rebrota courses or Savia Lab courses, which is courses for youth, basically. And we have a connection, and I want to insist on that. FIA, it's a small institution. It's a little over 100 people in FIA. However, what makes us stand out is to work with the farmers, with institutions, with those who require innovation or need innovation. And I say this very proudly because people acknowledge the work we're doing, and this has been very positive. We also have, lastly, and this was something that was developed in 1996, which is information platform surveillance, and nowadays artificial intelligence. And I mention it because we're the first institution of the Ministry of Agriculture that worked on information systems in 1996. And this was to identify market niches for small producers. And this was work that was done initially without internet and then with internet. And I was telling someone that we even had to install antennas because Subtel was still not there. So we had to take antennas to different locations to hold our projects there. So we've had a good background in this. I'll show this very quickly, but I wanted to show you the type of financing we provide. Productive diversification. We not only have to innovate, we've always said maybe from one region to another, there could be innovation. I'm introducing, for instance, in the north part, there's date palm, and this is a concentration of energy. These dates very known in Muslim countries, recovering the native potato, for instance, native things, and berries also. Currently, I only have 3 minutes. It's not going to be enough for me to share anything. Well, new technologies, ITCs, marketing, food marketing, agro food heritage. We have a lot of information. As I said, we have compiled data since 96 with a database here from 1980. I was discussing with Rosa that currently many people speak about AI, artificial intelligence, but if we use Chat GPT, for instance, in AI, but here we have databases created with information that was done a long time ago. We worked, you can see there in the bottom part. In 2000, we created the Agro Chile Network, which included all Chile's libraries with all the universities, public, private institutes, so on and so forth. So unfortunately, it had no continuity after 2018. And Alice, is going to take me a little longer. There are about 3 main programs. Women, let's not forget that's someone in the field. And what Francisco said, that nowadays most of the farmers, of peasants, of farmers are over 60 years old. But the worst thing is, as a great president said from a women's association, she said women are staying alone in the field. Men leave, they seek other income, and even youth, they're seeking other alternatives. That's why we have taken over this program, rural youth and cooperatives also. This has been a success. And I just want to add that we have to make visible the work of women. We have worked on this, but also for women to dare. Many women don't dare to innovate. Many women say, my thing is not innovation, but here we have an example. We have an open contest for women to be part, and we have had different categories. We have entrepreneurs, researchers, farmers, categories for women, and just recently we're creating a partnership with women farmers with FAO. FAO will be providing training for women in agriculture and entrepreneurship, and the Ministry of Science also. I didn't say that, but we have public resources from the Ministry of Agriculture and apart from the Ministry of Science. And this has been very interesting work that we are advancing. And throughout Chile, we are creating these, and what I call them is FIA ambassadors, because we have spoke about women leaders, and I really don't like this women leader term, but ambassadors gives it a different charisma and a different position on all these women, 50 women that we're going to bring together in an event together with the Minister of Agriculture to create the My Network. And this My Network is going to be based on an information platform, rural youth. As you can see, Savia Lab is a program that was created for youth between 15 and 18 years of age, where the universities prepare their professors for them to start working on innovation. And currently, I'm talking about agro high schools and rural areas where kids have to travel for several miles to get to high school. And now they're already started working on robotics. They do programming. So this has been a new relationship created with this youth, because now they realize, they learn what their parents need. One kid would say, my dad has problem back issues because he's a butcher in the town, so he invented a special knife for his dad. I give you thousands of examples that are marvelous. And Rebrota is like the second part. We learned the Savia Lab has been around for 10 years, but Rebrota started in 2022 as a way to include youth in this innovation. But this is a rural youth, youth that live in rural areas. I'm not talking about youth that will do their work once in a while and then go back to the urban areas. No, these are rural kids, and we're providing them courses to prepare them on innovation projects. And then we finance those innovation projects. And I could say that there are some marvelous projects of 5 million pesos, which is equivalent sometimes to what a university can do with 150 million. And these are various experiences we have had. And some important thing here is that we created this platform. Platform name is Rebrota. I invite you to visit even ChatGPT for youth. Just one thing here, youth, they query not for financing, but where to get information. And this is something very important to consider for policies. And this last program, which I'm very proud of, we started in 2022. And as you can see, it says co-creation in the bottom. You can see it includes Campo Cop, one of the national confederations of cooperatives. UNAV is a national union for family cooperatives, and us. This started in 2022, and it started in day one working with cooperatives. As I said, we in general do not impose, we work with, and this program has had great success. We started with logical support of the Ministry of Agriculture, but for the first time in history, 3 ministries are working with cooperatives: Agriculture, Ministry of Science, and it calls the attention of many. But science, what they need to do is lower science to the ground, and they're working with us, and also the Ministry of Finance or Economy, actually. And very briefly, these are cooperative programs that have a number of very strict stages. I'm not talking about cooperatives on family or farming or rural farming, but these are cooperatives that are currently operating, that have capital, so on and so forth. So what we want is for this perspective of small cooperatives don't work. These are 2.0 cooperatives. These are cooperatives that currently have the tools to go before an INDAP, Corfo. We do the innovation. We help them in that innovation. We prepare them with professors during several weeks, the managers. If someone knows how cooperative work, the most important thing is the manager and the accountant. And that's where we're focusing efforts. We are working also with vast groups from Spain that come from Spain with vast experience on cooperatives. And the most important thing here is that this is also, and I say it very proudly, that this was also created in 2008, we created the Yo Agricultor, I the farmer. It was the first experience in Latin America to create the first virtual communities where farmers would say what information they needed, and we started creating these virtual communities. Currently, there are 50 of these. There are the 50 cooperatives that are currently operating, which is close to 10% of all the cooperatives, agri-food cooperatives in Chile are part of this platform. Therefore, for us, it's a way we can work with several, we've had several gatherings. We provide diplomas, degrees, where they really appreciate receiving this degree from the university. And I finish with this, with Francisco. We are having this approach with these cooperatives. I think they are the point to which ITCs must reach. An ITC that reaches a farmer won't be effective. ITCs have to go to the associations, to the cooperatives. And this has been something we have started with Francisco to start this match young farmers. Average age is 60, average age 35 now, traditional practices, technological support. And what do we have now? We have cooperatives that they are the ones who are demanding these things, and AgriTech offers. And that's the match, and I'll just leave it there. I still had more to show, but I'll leave it there. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I can see there's a lot of things done in Chile, especially from the private sector, but we don't have a lot of time. First, I'm going to share another survey. I ask everyone present if you can please answer this survey. AgTechs, research institutes, investment funds. This is the moment. There it is. As with the past one, there's a link and the QR code you can use for that website. While you answer, we're going to open the floor to 1 or 2 comments or questions. If anyone has any question or comment, please raise your hand.
Se traslapó una.
We have some texts that are overlapping.
No.
Si no entren a Menti.
No, pero ahí
Sí,
está.
sí,
Ahí,
Ya estoy.
ahí se alcanza hasta el 6. Está bien.
No era el código de barra de
El código.
Barreras regulatorias.
El código no está apareciendo todo en la
Está muy
pantalla.
abajo y se
Está muy
corta, no se puede
abajo.
escanear.
Bueno, si pueden también
Very well. If you can please
acceder
also visit the
pueden
website,
utilizar el código.
the Menti website, and that way you can use the code.
¿Algún comentario?
Is there any
¿Alguna pregunta,
comment or
expositores?
question from the speakers or to the speakers?
¿No?
No questions? Very well. In that
En este
case,
caso, muchísimas gracias
thank
a
you
todos
very
los que
much,
participaron virtualmente.
everyone
No
who
sé si
participated
aún se
virtually.
encuentran
I don't know if you're still
pero bueno, muchísimas gracias
connected.
por
In
los
any case, thank you very
aportes
much for your
y
inputs.
vamos a esperar,
And
voy a esperar
we
algunos
will
minutos más para
wait
los
for a few
resultados de la
moments to see the
encuesta
results
y partimos
of
para
the
el
survey,
almuerzo que será
and then
un
we go
almuerzo de trabajo.
to lunch. It's a working
Las
lunch,
presentaciones de
and there will be
algunos de
some
los AgTechs
presentations
que
from
participaron
some of
y
the
los otros
AgTechs who
presentes.
participated
Muchas
in
gracias.
previous years. Thank you very much.
¿Dónde va a ser acá mismo? ¿Lo del almuerzo?
En el mismo lugar de ayer.
Ah, perfecto.